Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. I'm still shaken as I write this, and part of me doesn't even want to remember what happened, but I need to tell someone who might believe me. I've been working as a night baker at this restaurant in Portland called Magnolia's for about 7 months now. It's this old, converted Victorian house from the 1920s that's super charming during the day. Exposed brick walls, original hardwood floors, those big bay windows. The kind of place that's always packed for brunch with people taking photos of their avocado toast. But at night, that place changes completely. My shift started at 8:30 p.m. and ended around 3 in the morning. I'd prep all the bread and pastries for the next day. For the first hour and a half, I'd overlap with the closing staff, servers putting away dishes, cooks cleaning their stations, and Elena, our dishwasher, scrubbing away at pots. But by 10, everyone would leave, and I'd be completely alone in this massive old building. The first weird thing happened about 2 months into working there. Nothing major at first, just this faint whistling sound coming from the dining area while I was making espresso for myself to get through the night shift. It was this slow, melodic tune I couldn't quite place. At first, I thought maybe it was the wind through those old windows, or maybe the pipes. These old buildings make all kinds of noises, but then it got louder, like someone was actually in the dining room whistling a tune. I remember setting down my coffee cup and walking out to the dining area, flipping on all the lights. Hello? Anyone still here? The whistling stopped immediately. Complete silence. I checked every corner, behind the host stand, even the bathrooms. Nothing. As soon as I walked back into the kitchen and picked up my espresso again, the whistling started back up. I tried to ignore it, but it went on for almost 20 minutes before finally stopping. I told myself it was just the building settling or something, but I was properly freaked out. The next day, I casually mentioned it to Elena while we were overlapping on shift. She's in her 50s, has worked there for like 12 years, and doesn't speak much English. But what she said chilled me to the bone. "Oh, see, Marcus," she said, nodding knowingly as she stacked clean plates. "Este lugar? Definitely haunted." She made the sign of the cross and added, "I hear the whistling too. Only when I'm alone." I laughed it off, but felt this cold sensation in my chest. For the next few shifts, everything was normal. I started bringing headphones to listen to podcasts while I worked, partly to keep me company, partly to drown out any potential whistling. About a week later, I was retrieving butter from the walk-in cooler around 11:30 at night. The walk-in is this massive refrigerated room with shelves of ingredients and a heavy metal door that automatically closes to keep the cold in. I'd propped it open with a milk crate like we always do. I was grabbing the butter when I heard this loud slam behind me. The door had closed completely. The milk crate I'd used to prop it open was now sitting perfectly upright a few feet away from the door, not knocked over or pushed aside, literally placed upright as if someone had moved it deliberately. Our walk-in has a safety release on the inside, but for some reason it wasn't working. I pushed and pushed on that metal bar and nothing happened. The door was completely sealed shut. I banged on the door and yelled, but who would hear me? I was supposed to be alone in the building. My phone was in the kitchen, and the temperature in those coolers is like 35 degrees. After about 10 minutes of shouting and banging, my fingers were going numb. That's when I heard Eleanor's voice outside the door. "Marcus, you in there?" She'd forgotten her bus pass and came back to get it. She opened the door easily from the outside, like there was never any issue with it. "The door, it just slammed shut," she said, looking concerned. "You okay?" I was shivering and confused. The safety release wasn't working, I told her. Elena looked at the door, then at me, and said something in Spanish I didn't understand before making the sign of the cross again. "This place no good at night," was all she said before leaving. The next morning, I told my boss, Diane, what happened. She seemed genuinely concerned, and we reviewed the security footage together on her laptop. The camera positioned in the kitchen showed me walking toward the cooler with a milk crate, then entering. About 30 seconds later, the door visibly swung shut with force. No one else was visible anywhere in the frame. "That's really strange," Diane said, squinting at the screen. "The safety release should have worked. I'll have maintenance check it today." She paused the footage. "You know, this building is really old. We've had some weird things happen over the years, but nothing dangerous. Are you okay working nights still? I can try to find someone to switch with you if you're uncomfortable." I told her I was fine. The truth was, I needed this job. The pay was good, and the hours worked perfectly with my schedule since I was taking classes during the day. Plus, I didn't want to seem like I was spooked by nothing. Diane patted my shoulder. "Well, thanks for bringing it up. I'll make sure that cooler gets fixed today." For the next couple of weeks, things were quiet again. I still occasionally heard the whistling, but I'd gotten used to it, almost like it was just another co-worker on shift with me. I'd even sometimes whistle back, which would make it stop immediately. It was weird, but not threatening. Then came the night that truly messed me up. It was about 4 weeks after the cooler incident. I was making bread dough around midnight, kneading it on the floured countertop. You know that feeling when something is watching you. The hairs on your neck stand up, and you just know you're not alone. That's how I felt all night. I kept looking over my shoulder, but of course no one was there. At exactly midnight, I know because I'd just checked the time on my phone, there was this tremendous crash from the dining area. Not like a plate dropping or a glass breaking. This was like someone had flipped over every single table in the place at once. The entire building shook. The lights flickered off for maybe 3 seconds, then came back on. My heart was pounding so hard, I could feel it in my throat. I grabbed a rolling pin, not the best weapon, but it was something, and slowly walked toward the dining room. Every instinct told me to run out the back door and never come back, but some stupid part of me had to see what happened. When I pushed through the swinging door into the dining area, what I saw made absolutely no sense. Every single chair in the restaurant, and there were about 40 of them, had been scattered across the floor. Some were broken, legs snapped off like twigs. Here's the thing. At closing, we always put the chairs up on the tables after mopping the floors. Every single chair had been on top of a table when I started my shift. And then, as I stood there, trying to process what I was seeing, the whistling started again. Louder than ever before, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. I ran back into the kitchen, grabbed my phone, and called Diane. It was after midnight, but she answered on the 3rd ring, sounding groggy. "Marcus, what's wrong?" I tried to explain what happened, probably sounding like a complete lunatic. She said she'd come right over and to stay on the phone with her until she got there. Those 20 minutes waiting for her were the longest of my life. I stayed in the kitchen, back against the wall, still holding that stupid rolling pin. The whistling had stopped, but now there were occasional thumping sounds coming from the dining room, like someone walking heavily across the floor. When Diane arrived, we looked at the dining room together. She was visibly shocked by the scene. Chairs everywhere, several broken beyond repair. We went straight to the security footage. The dining room camera showed exactly what I expected. Chairs on tables, lights on, empty room. Then the lights went out. When they came back on 3 seconds later, every chair was scattered across the floor, exactly as we found them. During those 3 seconds of darkness, something had moved every single chair in the restaurant. I don't understand, Diane said, rewinding and replaying the footage several times. This isn't possible. She stayed with me for the remainder of my shift that night. We cleaned up the dining room together, and she kept saying she'd look into having an electrician check the whole building, suggesting maybe it was some kind of power surge that caused whatever this was. We both knew that was bullshit, but neither of us had a better explanation. For the next few nights, Diane arranged for one of the line cooks to stay until 1 a.m. to overlap with my shift. Nothing unusual happened during that time, and I started to think maybe it was over, whatever it was. Then came last Tuesday, the night that made me take leave from work and question everything I thought I knew about reality. The line cook, James, had left around 1, and things had been quiet. Around 2:30, I needed to use the bathroom. The employee bathroom was being repaired, so I had to use the customer one in the dining area. I walked through the quiet restaurant. Everything normal, chairs back on tables where they belonged. I just sat down in the bathroom stall when I heard it. A soft whisper from right outside the door. "Hello?" My blood turned to ice. I didn't answer, hoping whoever or whatever it was would go away. "I know you're in there," the voice whispered closer now, like someone had their mouth pressed against the crack of the door. The door handle started jiggling violently, like someone was trying to force their way in. I'd locked it, thankfully, but the metal was rattling so hard I thought the lock would break. Then it stopped. Complete silence for maybe a minute. I was frozen, unable to move or speak. Wham! Something slammed against the door with such force the hinges bent inward. Wham! Again, wham! A third time, even harder. The door should have broken open, but somehow it held. Then silence again. My legs were shaking so badly I could barely stand. I pulled up my pants and backed away from the door, pressing myself against the far wall of the small bathroom. I don't know how long I stood there, maybe 5 minutes, maybe 20, before I worked up the courage to reach for the handle. Before I could touch it, the door swung open violently, slamming against the wall. There was no one there, no one in the hallway, no one in the dining room that I could see from my limited view. I bolted for the kitchen, running as fast as I could without looking back. When I reached the swinging doors, I glanced over my shoulder and saw that the dining room was in complete chaos. Tables overturned, coffee cups shattered on the floor, chairs broken into pieces. I grabbed my phone and keys and ran straight out the back door to my car. I didn't even clock out. The next morning, Diane called me repeatedly until I finally answered. She'd arrived to open the restaurant and found it destroyed. She'd checked the security footage. "Marcus," she said, her voice shaking, "you need to come see this." I didn't want to, but something compelled me to go back there in daylight with people around. Diane led me to her office and pulled up the footage from last night. The camera outside the bathroom clearly showed me entering around 2:30 a.m. Nothing unusual for about 10 minutes. Then something appeared in the hallway, not a person, more like a dark, cloud-like figure floating in front of the bathroom door. The footage became grainy and distorted, then went to static for about a minute. When it cleared, the door was slamming open, and I was seen running through the dining room toward the kitchen. As the camera followed my movement, you could see the dining room was completely normal. No overturned tables, no broken chairs. But I saw it. I know what I saw when I ran through that room. "I've already put in for paid leave for you," Diane said quietly. "Take some time, and maybe we should talk about whether night shifts are the right fit." I haven't been back since. I don't know if I ever will go back. Diane texted me yesterday, saying they've hired a spiritual cleansing expert to come look at the place, whatever that means. I keep hearing that whistling in my dreams now. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and swear I hear someone whispering hello outside my bedroom door. I don't know what was in that restaurant. I don't know why it targeted me. All I know is that I've never felt fear like that before, and I never want to feel it again. That place changed something in me, opened my eyes to things I never believed in before, things that shouldn't be possible. I still can't explain what I saw on that footage versus what I experienced. It's like whatever was there wanted only me to see what it could do, while hiding itself from everyone else. I'm writing this from my parents' house, 2 hours away from Portland. I'm still trying to decide if I'll ever go back to that city, let alone that restaurant. The worst part is, sometimes I still find myself whistling that same tune I heard that first night, without even realizing I'm doing it. Story 2. I've never been the type to believe in ghost stories. Actually, scratch that. I used to think people who believed in the paranormal were complete idiots. I'd literally roll my eyes when friends would talk about feeling a presence or seeing shadows move. I'd categorize them in my mind as gullible or honestly kind of stupid. I was that guy, the hardcore skeptic who needed scientific proof for everything. That all changed when I started working nights at St. Matthew's Church in Hillsdale about 7 months ago. I needed the extra money, and the night janitor position fit perfectly with my class schedule at the community college. Clean the church from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m., study during downtime, decent pay, seemed straightforward enough. The first few weeks were normal. St. Matthew's is this old stone building from the 1890s. Pretty impressive architecture with stained glass windows and wooden pews that I dust and polish. It had that typical old church smell, wood polish, old books and candle wax. I actually found it peaceful at first. The pastor, Father Brian, would usually leave around 9 and I'd have the whole building to myself. I remember the first incident so clearly. It was a Tuesday in October, around 11:30 at night. I was in the small study room at the front of the church where they keep all the religious texts and reference books. I had my business management textbook open, making notes for an upcoming quiz. It was dead quiet, that deep silence you only get in empty buildings at night, when I first heard it. At first, it sounded like someone exhaling, just a soft breath. I looked up, glanced around the room, then went back to my notes. Then I heard it again, but this time it was more distinct. A whisper, not in English though. It sounded like, I don't know, maybe Latin? Some language I couldn't understand. I sat completely still. The whisper came again, a bit louder this time. It sounded like it was coming from the corner of the room near this old bookcase. "Hello?" I called out, feeling stupid immediately after. I knew I was alone in the building. I'd locked up myself after Father Brian left. The whispering continued, growing slightly louder. It wasn't just one voice anymore. It sounded like multiple people whispering at once, overlapping each other. I stood up, my heart pounding in my chest. "This isn't funny," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. The whispering continued, getting even louder, and I swear it sounded like it was moving closer. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and shined it toward the corner. Nothing, just books and empty space. But the whispering was definitely louder now, and it sounded like it was coming from all around me. I'm not proud to admit this, but I bolted, left my textbook, my notes, everything, just ran straight out of that study room through the sanctuary, and didn't stop until I was sitting in my car with the doors locked. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. I sat there for maybe 20 minutes trying to rationalize what had happened. Old pipes in the walls, wind through a crack in the windows, my own tired mind playing tricks on me after studying too long. Eventually, I convinced myself it was nothing and forced myself to go back inside to finish my shift. I avoided the study room for the rest of the night. The next few shifts were uneventful, and I started to relax again. I told myself I'd been imagining things that night. But then, about 2 weeks later, something happened that I still can't explain. I was vacuuming the carpet in the main sanctuary around midnight. My phone battery was nearly dead. It kept giving me that annoying 15% warning, but I needed to check a text from my roommate. I set my phone down on one of the pews while I finished vacuuming that section. Suddenly, my phone lit up. It was ringing. I walked over and looked at the screen, and I felt this cold sensation wash over me. The incoming call was from the church's phone number, the same church I was standing in, alone. I stared at it, frozen. The church office was locked. There was no one else in the building. Before I could even decide whether to answer it, my phone went completely dead. Not just low battery, but totally off. I tried turning it back on, but nothing. It was like something had drained it completely in that moment. I stood there in the silence, the vacuum cleaner still running beside me, and felt the hair on my arms stand up. That's when I heard it, the distinct sound of the main entrance door opening and closing. The heavy wooden door with the creaky hinges that I'd locked hours ago. I could hear the familiar squeak, the thud as it closed, but when I looked across the sanctuary toward the entrance, I could see that the door was still closed. I didn't even bother turning off the vacuum. I just unplugged it, grabbed my jacket, and ran for the side exit. As I was running, I swear I could hear footsteps behind me, keeping pace. I burst through the side door, ran to my car, and got the hell out of there. On the 10-minute drive home, I smoked 14 cigarettes. 14! I counted them afterward when I looked at my nearly empty pack. My hands wouldn't stop shaking, and I kept checking my rearview mirror, convinced someone, or something, was following me. The next day, I seriously considered quitting, but I needed the money, and honestly, part of me wanted to prove to myself that I was just being ridiculous, that there had to be a rational explanation. So I went back the following night, but this time I decided to ask some questions. I got to the church earlier than usual, while the church secretary, Janet, was still there. She's this older lady, probably in her 60s, who's been working at St. Matthew's for decades. "Janet," I said, trying to sound casual, "has anyone ever, experienced anything strange in this building? At night, I mean?" The look she gave me made my stomach drop. She stopped typing and just stared at me for a moment before saying, "What kind of strange things are you talking about, Thomas?" I shrugged, trying to play it cool. "I don't know. Weird noises, things moving. Just curious if this old building has any history." Janet sighed and glanced around like she was making sure no one else could hear us. "You're not the first to ask," she said quietly. "This building has been here for over 120 years. A lot of people have passed through these doors. Some might still be here in their own way." She told me that she'd heard unexplained footsteps when working late, doors that would open by themselves, cold spots in certain areas of the church, even in the middle of summer with the AC off. Over the next week, I talked to everyone who worked at the church. Every single person had a story. The groundskeeper had seen shadows moving across the cemetery at dawn. The choir director had heard singing when the church was empty. Father Brian was the only one who wouldn't openly discuss it, but even he admitted that there were certain areas of the church where one might feel a stronger connection to those who have passed. But it was Margaret's story that really got to me. Margaret works part-time in the church office, handling donations and bookkeeping. She's probably in her 50s, completely level-headed, not the type to make things up. She told me that about a year ago, she was working late one evening around 8 p.m. She heard the front door open and looked up to see an elderly woman named Mabel walking into the church. Mabel had been a regular parishioner for years, so Margaret wasn't surprised to see her. "Good evening, Mabel," Margaret said. "Can I help you with something?" Mabel didn't respond. She didn't even look at Margaret. She just walked past the office toward the stairs that lead up to the choir loft. Margaret thought it was odd. Mabel had always been friendly, so she got up and followed her. "Mabel, are you okay?" she called after her. By the time Margaret reached the stairs, Mabel was already halfway up. Margaret followed her up to the choir loft, but when she reached the top, there was no one there. The loft was completely empty, and there was nowhere Mabel could have gone. Confused, Margaret went back downstairs and called Mabel's daughter to check if everything was all right. That's when she learned the truth. Mabel had died the previous week. Her funeral had been held at St. Matthew's just 3 days before Margaret saw her walking up those stairs. After hearing Margaret's story, I couldn't sleep for days. I kept thinking about those whispers in the study room, the phone call from nowhere, the sound of the door opening when it hadn't moved. I finally called my brother Michael about it. Mike's always been the practical one in our family, the guy who fixes things and finds rational explanations. I expected him to laugh at me, to tell me I was being ridiculous. Instead, he got really quiet. "You know," he finally said, "I never told you about what happened at the rec center last year. Michael works as an events coordinator at the community recreation center. He told me that one night he was closing up after a big community event. It was around 11 p.m. and everyone had gone home. He was doing his final walkthrough of the building when he heard it. 2 distinct notes played on the piano in the event hall. 2 clear, perfect notes in succession. Mike said he went into the hall, and the piano was sitting there, lid closed, no one around. He checked every corner of that room, looked under tables, behind curtains. There was no one there, no way for anyone to have played those notes and disappeared. I don't talk about it," Mike told me, "but I know what I heard. Some things just don't have explanations we can understand." Coming from my brother, that hit hard. If Mike was willing to admit something like that, then maybe I wasn't crazy. I'm still working at St. Matthew's. I've had to adjust my schedule a bit to deal with everything. I never stay in one area too long. I keep the radio on, even though it mainly picks up static after midnight. I've stopped studying in the church altogether. I do that at home now, and I never, ever answer my phone while I'm there. Last week, I was cleaning the baptismal font near the altar when I heard someone cough behind me. I turned around, and for just a split second, I saw an old man sitting in the front pew. He was wearing an outdated suit, something from maybe the 1950s, looking straight ahead at the altar. I blinked, and he was gone. I asked Janet about it the next day, describing the man I'd seen. She pulled out an old church photo album from 1962 and pointed to a man in one of the group photos. "Is that him?" she asked. It was the exact same man, down to the distinctive glasses and the way his hair was parted. His name was Howard Fletcher, the church treasurer for 30 years. He died in 1987. There are some nights when nothing happens, when it's just me and the vacuum cleaner and the occasional creak of an old building settling. But then there are the other nights, when I hear my name whispered from an empty room, when the temperature drops suddenly in specific spots, when I glimpse movements from the corner of my eye. I don't mock people who believe in the paranormal anymore. In fact, I don't tell many people about my experiences at all. Who would believe me? I used to be the biggest skeptic around, used to think I had all the answers. Now I know better. Now I know that reality is far stranger, far more complex than I ever imagined. And every night when I unlock those heavy wooden doors to start my shift at St. Matthew's, I say a little hello to whoever or whatever might be listening. I don't know if they're really the spirits of former parishioners. I don't know why they're still here or what they want. All I know is that I'm not alone in that church at night. I never have been. And the strangest part is, I'm starting to get used to it. Story 3. I've been hesitating for months about sharing this. It's not easy to put into words what happened, and I'm still not sure I've come to terms with it myself. I've worked as a janitor at the Millbrook Community Center for almost 16 years now. It's a decent job, pays the bills, keeps me busy, and I generally enjoy the people who come through. Until last year, I would have told you the most exciting part of my job was finding the occasional lost wallet or helping kids retrieve basketballs stuck in the rafters. But what happened last October changed everything I thought I knew about, well, reality, I guess. Let me start by saying I'm not someone who believes in ghosts or anything supernatural. I'm pretty practical. I fix things for a living, after all. I deal with what I can see and touch. At least, that's what I used to think. It was October 17th, a Thursday. I remember because we'd had a community board meeting earlier that day, which always meant extra cleanup for me afterward. The weather had just started to turn cold, that crisp autumn feeling where you need a jacket in the evenings. The center usually empties out around 5, and that day was no different. The after-school programs had wrapped up, the mums fitness group had packed up their yoga mats, and I was starting my closing routine. Part of my evening duties includes changing out the garbage bags both inside and outside the building. I usually start with the front entrance trash can because it tends to fill up the fastest. I was heading toward the main doors when I noticed a young woman sitting in one of those vinyl chairs we have in the lobby area. She was maybe 17 or 18, with shoulder-length brown hair, wearing jeans and a dark green sweater. Nothing particularly remarkable about her, just a kid waiting for a ride home, which happens all the time. I gave her a friendly nod as I passed by, nothing too chatty, just acknowledging her presence the way you do. She smiled back, just a quick little smile, and went back to looking at her phone. Totally normal interaction. So I pushed through the double doors to the outside area where the trash can is located. It's literally right next to the entrance, maybe 10 feet from the doors. From where I was standing, I had a clear view through the glass doors and windows that make up the front of our building. I could see the lobby perfectly, including where that girl was sitting. I wasn't exactly staring inside, but I would definitely have noticed if anyone had come in or out while I was there. Changing the trash took me maybe 20 seconds. Pull out the full bag, tie it off, put in a new liner. Simple task I've done thousands of times. Not once during that time did those doors open. I'm 100% certain of that. I grab the full trash bag and head back inside, already thinking about the next task on my list. But as soon as I step into the lobby, I freeze. The brown-haired girl is gone. Instead, there's a completely different young woman sitting in the exact same chair. This one has blonde hair, cut in one of those bob styles, and she's wearing a red jacket and black pants, not even remotely similar to the first girl. At first, I thought maybe I was mistaken about which chair the first girl had been sitting in, but our lobby only has 6 chairs total, and no one else was there. I glanced around, thinking maybe the brown-haired girl had moved somewhere else in the lobby, but there was nobody else there, just this blonde girl sitting exactly where the other one had been seconds ago. I must have been staring because the blonde girl looked up at me with this confused expression. I set down my trash bag and walked over to her, trying not to seem weird or creepy. "Excuse me," I said, keeping my voice casual. "Did you happen to see another girl sitting here when you came in? Brown hair, green sweater." The blonde girl's eyebrows scrunched together. "No, there wasn't anyone here when I sat down." That didn't make any sense. "Are you sure? I just stepped outside for a second, and there was definitely someone sitting in that chair." She shook her head. "No, there was nobody here. I came in right behind you when you went outside." That's when I felt the first real chill. That was impossible. I would have heard the door open. I would have seen her walk past me. There's no way she could have been right behind me without me noticing. "You came in behind me?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "Just now?" "Yeah," she said, looking increasingly uncomfortable with my questions. "Like, literally 10 seconds ago. I walked in as you were taking out the trash." I tried to stay calm. "So you didn't pass anyone leaving as you came in? A girl about your age, brown hair?" That's when the blonde girl's face changed. The annoyed look disappeared, replaced by something that looked like fear. Her face went noticeably pale, and she clutched her phone tighter. "No," she said, her voice quieter now. "There was nobody here. Nobody passed me. I would have noticed." I backed off then, mumbling something about thinking I'd seen someone else. I didn't want to scare her any more than I already had. But I knew what I'd seen. I'd been working in this building for years. I know the sound those heavy doors make when they open. I know the layout of that lobby like the back of my hand. There's no way someone could enter or exit without me noticing, especially when I was standing right there. After the blonde girl's ride came about 10 minutes later, I did a complete sweep of the building. I checked every room, every closet, even places no one could possibly hide. The brown-haired girl was nowhere to be found. It was like she had vanished into thin air during those 20 seconds I was outside. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe she'd ducked into the bathroom and I somehow missed her coming back out. Maybe she'd left through one of the side exits. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. All the side doors have alarms that sound if opened after hours, and I hadn't heard any alarms. And the bathrooms, they're down a hallway visible from where I was standing outside. She would have had to walk directly into my line of sight to get there. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing that girl's face in my mind. Not anything scary about her, just how ordinary she looked, how real. I convinced myself that I must have been mistaken, that maybe I was more tired than I realized. The next morning, I asked Susan at the front desk if she remembered a brown-haired teenager waiting in the lobby the previous evening. Susan knows everyone who regularly comes to the center, but she had no idea who I was talking about. She suggested it might have been someone waiting for a friend, but that didn't explain the disappearance. I probably would have eventually forgotten about the whole thing if not for what happened a week later. I was cleaning out some old storage files in the basement. The center keeps records of all its programs going back decades. When I came across a box marked 1973 news clippings. We keep these for the center's historical records, and honestly, most of it is pretty boring stuff about craft fairs and basketball tournaments. But as I was flipping through, a headline caught my eye. Local teen killed in hit and run outside community center. The article was dated October 17, 1973, exactly 50 years before my strange encounter. My hands were shaking as I read the details. 17-year-old Elaine Mercer had been waiting for her mother to pick her up after a youth committee meeting. While waiting outside the center's main entrance, she was struck by a car that immediately fled the scene. She died before the ambulance arrived. The article included a grainy black and white photo of her. Even with the poor quality, I could see she had dark hair. The caption mentioned she was wearing her favorite green sweater on the day of the accident. I nearly dropped the paper. It couldn't be a coincidence. October 17th. Dark hair, green sweater, waiting to be picked up. I did some more digging after that. Turns out the accident didn't happen exactly where I thought. Back in 1973, the main entrance to the community center was on the other side of the building. Due to renovations in the 1990s, they moved the entrance to its current location and converted the old entrance area into the lobby where I saw the girl sitting. She hadn't been sitting at the current entrance. She'd been sitting at the exact spot where she would have waited 50 years ago. I've never told anyone at work about this. What would I say? That I saw the ghost of a girl who died 5 decades ago sitting in our lobby on the anniversary of her death. That she disappeared while I was literally looking in her direction. They'd think I was losing my mind. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, but then I remember the blonde girl's face when I asked about someone else being there. That sudden fear in her eyes. I think she felt something too, even if she didn't see what I saw. It's been almost a year now, and I haven't seen the brown-haired girl again. I've looked up more information about Elaine Mercer. She was on the debate team. She volunteered at the local animal shelter. She had plans to study journalism in college. She was a real person with a real life that got cut short in a senseless accident. Sometimes I wonder if she's still waiting for her mom to pick her up, stuck in some loop that only occasionally intersects with our reality. October 17th is coming up again soon. I've requested the day off this year. I tell myself it's because I need a break. But the truth is, I'm afraid of what might happen if I'm there. Will she appear again? Will she try to communicate? Or worse, what if I see her and no one else does? I don't have answers for what happened that day. I don't know if I believed in ghosts before, and I'm still not sure I do now. All I know is that for 20 seconds last October, while I changed a garbage bag, something impossible happened in that lobby. A girl from 1973 was sitting in our center, and then she wasn't, and no matter how many times I go over it in my head, I can't explain it. I still work at the center. I still change that garbage every evening. But now, every time I step outside those doors, I can't help but wonder who might be sitting in that chair when I return. And every time I see a teenager waiting for a ride, I find myself studying their face, wondering if it's her. Story 4. I've been debating whether to share this for months now, but after reading similar experiences on this forum, I think it might help me process what happened, and maybe someone else has gone through something similar. 3 years ago, I gave birth to my first child, Ethan. My husband Mark and I had just moved into our new home in Lakeside about 6 months earlier. It was a charming 2-story house with character, built in the early 1970s. Nothing spectacular, but it was ours, and we were excited to start our family there. The pregnancy had been relatively normal, though exhausting. Ethan was born after 22 hours of labor, healthy but with a strong set of lungs. We brought him home when he was 3 days old, and that's when the strange occurrences began. I should mention that we have 2 cats, Pepper, a 7-year-old black and white female, and Oliver, a 5-year-old orange tabby. Both were curious about Ethan, but kept their distance initially. We were careful to keep them out of the nursery and our bedroom while Ethan slept, just to be safe. The first incident happened when Ethan was about 2 weeks old. I was beyond exhausted from the constant feedings and diaper changes. That night, Mark took Ethan downstairs to give me a solid 3-hour stretch of sleep, a luxury for any new mom. I remember falling asleep almost instantly. Our bedroom door was firmly closed to keep the cats out. It must have been around 2 in the morning when I felt it. The unmistakable sensation of a cat walking across my pillow, right above my head. You know that feeling if you've ever owned cats. The gentle pressure of each paw, the slight dip in the pillow as they step. Half asleep, I reached up to gently push whoever it was away, mumbling, "Not now, guys." My hand met nothing but air. I opened my eyes, confused, and sat up. The room was empty. The door was still closed. I checked under the bed, in the closet, everywhere a cat might hide. Nothing. I even went downstairs to confirm both cats were there. And they were. Pepper curled up on the couch, and Oliver sleeping in his cat bed in the corner. Mark was dozing with Ethan in his arms. I chalked it up to exhaustion and went back to bed. New mom hallucinations, right? But 3 nights later, it happened again. This time, Mark had gone back to work, and I was alone with Ethan. He'd finally fallen asleep after nursing, and I'd carefully laid him in the bassinet beside our bed. I remember checking the door twice to make sure it was closed before collapsing into bed. I was just drifting off when I felt the distinct pressure of a cat jumping onto the foot of the bed. I felt each paw as it walked up toward me, stopping around my knee area. The pressure was so real, so familiar. I've had cats my entire life, and this was exactly how it feels when they walk on a bed. I even felt the slight shift in the mattress. Again, I sat up expecting to see one of our cats. Again, nothing was there. The room was empty except for Ethan and me. The door remained closed. This wasn't just my imagination. It wasn't sleep paralysis. I could move freely. It wasn't a dream. I was awake, aware of my surroundings. Over the next 3 weeks, this happened 4 more times. Always the same, the sensation of a cat jumping on the bed, walking a short distance, and then nothing when I looked. I started to feel like I was losing my mind. I mentioned it to Mark, who suggested it was probably just my sleep-deprived brain playing tricks on me. Phantom cat syndrome, he joked. But I wasn't laughing. Something about it felt wrong. What bothered me most was that the sensation only happened when I was with Ethan. Never when I napped alone. Never when Mark was with me without the baby. Only when Ethan was nearby. The last time it happened was particularly unsettling. I'd fallen asleep while nursing Ethan in bed. It was around 3 in the morning, and I woke to the now familiar feeling of something jumping onto the bed. But this time, it felt heavier, and the steps were slower, more deliberate. The pressure moved up from my feet past my knees, and I felt it stop right next to where Ethan lay cradled in my arm. I felt a cold chill wash over me. My maternal instinct kicked in, and I immediately sat up, clutching Ethan tighter to my chest. Nothing visible was there, but the air felt different, heavier, colder. I swear I could feel something watching us. I turned on every light in the room and didn't sleep again that night. The next day, still shaken, I called my mother and told her everything. She listened without interrupting, then asked, "When is Ethan's baptism?" We'd scheduled it for the following Sunday, when he would be 6 weeks old. Mom suggested we move it up if possible. I wasn't particularly religious, but Mark's family was Catholic, and we'd agreed to baptize our children. Suddenly, it felt urgent. Our priest, Father Michael, was understanding when I called. I didn't tell him the whole story, just that we were anxious to have the ceremony done sooner. He agreed to perform the baptism that Thursday. The ceremony itself was small and simple, just us, our parents, and Ethan's godparents. As the holy water touched Ethan's forehead, I felt a strange sense of relief wash over me, like a weight being lifted that I hadn't even realized I was carrying. That night, I put Ethan to sleep in his bassinet and climbed into bed, subconsciously bracing myself for the now familiar sensation. But it never came, nor did it come the next night or the night after that. Whatever had been visiting us had stopped completely after the baptism. A few weeks later, I worked up the courage to mention the experiences to Father Michael after Sunday service. I expected him to dismiss my concerns, or perhaps suggest I had been experiencing postpartum anxiety. Instead, his expression grew serious. "New mothers and their babies are particularly vulnerable," he said quietly. "Not just physically, but spiritually. There are entities that are drawn to that vulnerability." "You mean like ghosts?" I asked. He shook his head slowly. "Not ghosts. Something else. Something that doesn't wish well for you or your child." A chill ran down my spine as he continued. "The baptism provides protection. It creates a barrier that these entities cannot cross." I wanted to dismiss his words as superstitious nonsense, but I couldn't shake the timing, how the visits had stopped immediately after Ethan's baptism. Life went on normally for the next 2 years. Ethan grew into a happy, healthy toddler. I almost managed to convince myself that the whole experience had been a product of postpartum hormones and sleep deprivation. Then I got pregnant with our second child. We decided to move to a larger home before the baby arrived. The new house was newer, brighter, built in the early 2000s in a development just outside of Lakeside. We felt no attachment to our old house and were excited for the fresh start. Emma was born last fall, a beautiful, healthy girl with her father's eyes and my stubborn temperament. We had her baptized when she was just 2 weeks old. I wasn't taking any chances this time. I never felt the phantom cat with Emma. But about 3 weeks after bringing her home, I was changing her diaper in the nursery when I caught sight of something in my peripheral vision, a dark shape about the size of a large cat, slipping behind the changing table. I spun around, heart pounding, but nothing was there. Later that week, Mark mentioned seeing something dart past the nursery door while he was rocking Emma to sleep. "Probably just one of the cats," he said, but his voice held a note of uncertainty. One night, I woke around 2 in the morning to feed Emma. As I walked toward her crib, I froze. There was a shadow next to the crib, not cast by anything in the room, but a darker patch of darkness that seemed to have substance. As soon as I noticed it, it slid away, dissolving into the corner of the room. I grabbed Emma and ran to our bedroom, waking Mark. He checked the entire house but found nothing. The next day, I hung a small crucifix above Emma's crib. I placed a Bible on her dresser. Mark thought I was overreacting but didn't stop me. That evening, as I was putting Emma down for the night, I heard a sound like nails scratching against the wall near her crib. Our cats were both downstairs with Mark. The scratching continued, becoming more insistent, almost angry. I grabbed Emma and backed out of the room, slamming the door shut behind me. Mark heard my commotion and came running upstairs. When we cautiously reopened the nursery door, everything was quiet and still. But on the wall beside Emma's crib, just below the crucifix I'd hung, were 3 faint scratch marks that hadn't been there before. "That's it," I said, shaking. "We're calling Father Michael." Father Michael came to our home the next day. He blessed every room, paying special attention to Emma's nursery. He sprinkled holy water in the corners and doorways, saying prayers I didn't understand. Before he left, he handed me a small medallion of St. Benedict. "Keep this near the baby," he advised, "and stay vigilant. Sometimes these entities are persistent." That night, I placed the medallion in Emma's crib, tucking it under the fitted sheet of the mattress. I sat in the rocking chair beside her crib, unable to leave her alone. Around midnight, the temperature in the room plummeted. My breath came out in visible puffs, despite it being September and not particularly cold outside. The baby monitor on the dresser began to emit static. I clutched the edge of the rocking chair, frozen in fear but determined to protect my daughter. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to deepen and shift. I started praying, something I hadn't done regularly since I was a child. A loud hiss cut through the room, not electronic, not mechanical, but like an enraged animal. The shadows coalesced into a darker mass near the ceiling. I snatched Emma from her crib and backed toward the door, keeping my eyes on that writhing darkness above. As I reached the doorway, the mass seemed to lunge toward us. Instinctively, I held up the St. Benedict medallion I'd grabbed from the crib. The shadow recoiled, then dissipated with a sound like distant, angry screeching. We slept in our room that night, Emma between Mark and me. The next day, we called Father Michael again. This time, he performed a more formal blessing of the house. We invited several family members to join us in prayer. That was 4 months ago. We haven't experienced anything strange since then. Emma sleeps peacefully in her nursery. The crucifix remains above her crib, and the St. Benedict medallion stays under her mattress. I still don't know what was visiting us. I don't know why it came or why it seemed focused on my children. Father Michael believes it was a malevolent entity that targets the innocence and vulnerability of newborns and their mothers. Sometimes I catch myself scanning the corners of rooms, watching for shifting shadows. I still get up several times each night to check on Emma, standing guard over her crib longer than necessary. Whatever it was, I believe it meant harm. I believe it was repelled by our faith and the protection of the baptism. And most of all, I believe it could return if we let down our guard. I'm not taking any chances with my children's safety, not against threats I can see, and especially not against those I can't. Story 5. I've never really told this story to anyone outside my immediate circle. It's hard to explain something that sounds so crazy, but has been such a normal part of my life for as long as I can remember. I guess I'll just start from the beginning. I was 5 years old when it first happened. We lived in this big 2-story farmhouse outside Colfax, Washington. It was the kind of place that sits on a little hill overlooking the town. Pretty during the day, but kind of creepy at night with all the open fields around it. My parents had the master bedroom downstairs and I had my room upstairs. Looking back now, I think that was weird. Who puts their 5-year-old kid alone on a whole different floor? But that's how it was. My bedroom was at the end of the upstairs hallway. It had these old wooden floors that creaked with every step, and a window that faced the backyard. I had a little bed with Barbie sheets and a nightlight shaped like a star. I remember all these details because they were the backdrop to something that would change my life forever. It was a Tuesday night in October. I remember because my mom had made spaghetti for dinner, and I'd gotten sauce all over my favorite pink shirt. I went to bed around 8:30, which was my bedtime back then. I fell asleep pretty quickly, but something woke me up in the middle of the night. At first I thought it was just the house making those weird, settling noises, but then I heard my bedroom door open. The hinges had this distinct squeak that I'd recognize anywhere. I wasn't scared at first. I figured it was just my mom coming to check on me, which she did sometimes when she couldn't sleep. I opened my eyes and saw a dark figure standing in the doorway. The hallway light wasn't on, but there was enough moonlight coming through my window that I could see a silhouette. I remember thinking it was weird that my mum would just stand there in the dark. "Hi, Mum," I said, my voice groggy with sleep. But there was no response. The figure just stood there, completely still. After a few seconds it moved, not walking exactly, more like gliding toward my bed. It stopped right beside me, just standing there. I wasn't scared, which is the strangest part looking back. I just figured my mum was sleepwalking or something. After about a minute, the figure turned and left the room, closing the door behind it. The next morning, I asked my mom why she came into my room but didn't say anything. She looked at me with this confused expression and said she hadn't been in my room at all that night. I insisted that someone had, but she just brushed it off as a dream. But it wasn't a dream, and it didn't stop there. The next night, it happened again. I woke up to the sound of my door opening, and there was the figure standing in the doorway. This time, I sat up in bed, trying to get a better look. "Mom!" I called out. Again, no response. The figure came to my bedside, stood there for a minute or two, and then left. This went on for about a week. Every night, the same thing. I'd wake up, the figure would be there, it would stand by my bed, and then leave. I started to get curious. If it wasn't my mom, who or what was it? On the 8th night, I decided to really look at it. I had this little flashlight that I kept under my pillow, one of those cheap ones you get at the dollar store. When the figure came into my room, I waited until it was right beside my bed, then quickly switched on the flashlight. What I saw will stay with me for the rest of my life. The figure was completely black, like a shadow, but solid. It was roughly the shape of a person, but where its face should have been, there was nothing, not just darkness, but a void. It was like looking into a black hole. There were no eyes, no mouth, no features at all, just emptiness that seemed to go on forever. I screamed. I couldn't help it. The sound tore out of me before I even realized what was happening. The figure didn't move or react at all. It just stood there, faceless and still, as I screamed loud enough to wake the dead. My parents came rushing upstairs, flipping on lights as they ran. By the time they burst into my room, the figure was gone. I was sitting up in bed, crying and pointing at the spot where it had been standing. My dad checked the whole room, looked under the bed, in the closet, everywhere. My mom sat with me, trying to calm me down. "There was someone in my room," I kept saying. "It didn't have a face." They thought I'd had a nightmare. My mom stayed with me that night, sleeping in my bed, but nothing happened while she was there. The next day, my dad installed a nightlight that was brighter than my star one, thinking that might help with the nightmares. But it didn't stop. The faceless figure kept coming. After a few more visits, I started to realize something. It never tried to hurt me. It never made any threatening moves. It just watched. Or at least, I think it was watching. Hard to tell without eyes. Strangely, I stopped being afraid. I'd wake up, see it standing there, and just go back to sleep. Sometimes I'd say goodnight to it first. It never responded, but I like to think it appreciated the courtesy. I tried telling my mom about it again after a few more weeks. I was very specific. The person without a face keeps coming into my room at night. She gave me that look parents give when they think you're making stuff up for attention. She told me it was just my imagination, that there was no faceless person, and that I should stop making up stories. Years later, when I was about 12, my mum finally admitted something to me. She said that when I was little and kept insisting someone was in my room, she'd sometimes stand in the hallway outside my door for an hour or more, just watching. She never saw anything unusual. Whatever was visiting me, it wasn't visible to her. When I was 7, I had my first sleepover. My friend Sophia came to stay the night. We built a fort in my room with blankets and chairs, ate popcorn, and watched cartoons on my little TV until my mom made us turn it off around 10. We giggled and talked for a while before finally falling asleep. In the middle of the night, I woke up to Sophia screaming. I sat up, disoriented, and saw the familiar black figure standing in the center of the room, between our makeshift beds. As soon as Sophia screamed, it vanished. Not walking away or fading, but just gone in an instant. My parents rushed in again, and this time there was someone else who had seen it. Sophia was hysterical, saying there was a ghost in the room. My parents calmed her down and called her mom, who came to pick her up, even though it was 3 in the morning. The next day at school, everyone was talking about how Sophia had seen a ghost at my house. When I asked her what exactly she saw, she described a dark shadow person standing in the middle of the room. "It didn't have a face," she whispered, her eyes wide with lingering fear. "It was just blackness." That was the confirmation I needed. I wasn't crazy. I wasn't having nightmares. The faceless visitor was real. We moved when I was 9 to a smaller house closer to town. I thought maybe the visits would stop. Maybe the figure was attached to the house, not to me. But the very first night in our new place, I woke up around 2 in the morning to find it standing next to my bed, as if it had been waiting for me to notice it. I actually felt relieved. It was familiar in a strange way, a constant in my life when everything else was changing. "You followed me," I whispered. It didn't respond, of course, it never does. We moved again when I was 13, and again when I was 15. Each time the figure found me. It never comes every night. Sometimes it's once a week, sometimes once a month. There's no pattern that I can figure out. It just appears when it appears. I'm 17 now, and I still get visits from what I've come to call my guardian. That's how I think of it. Not as something scary, but as something watching over me. Protecting me, maybe. I don't know why it chose me or what it wants. It's never tried to communicate. It's never touched me or interacted with any objects in my room. Last month, I had a really bad day. I'd bombed a math test I'd studied hard for, got into a fight with my best friend, and then my boyfriend broke up with me via text. I cried myself to sleep that night, feeling completely alone and worthless. I woke up around 3 in the morning, and there it was, standing closer to my bed than usual. For the first time in all these years, I felt like it was trying to tell me something. There was an energy coming from it, not menacing, but intense. "What do you want?" I whispered. It remained still and silent as always, but I had the strangest feeling that it was concerned, that it had come because it knew I was upset. I know how crazy that sounds, but after 12 years with this thing, you develop a sort of sense about it. I reached out my hand toward it, something I'd never dared to do before. My fingers were inches away from its dark form, when suddenly it vanished, just gone, like someone had switched it off. That's the closest I've ever come to making contact, and I've been thinking about it ever since. What would have happened if I'd touched it? Would my hand have passed through it like smoke? Or would it have been solid? Would it have felt cold or warm or like nothing at all? My parents still think I made the whole thing up, even though they can't explain what Sophia saw that night. They say I had an overactive imagination as a kid, and that I've convinced myself these visits are real. My mom suggested I see a therapist once, when I was 14 and still talking about my faceless visitor. I refused. I'm not crazy, and I don't need to be fixed. I've done research online, looking for similar experiences. There are stories about shadow people that sound kind of like what I've been seeing, but they're usually described as threatening or evil. My visitor has never given me that impression. If anything, its presence is comforting now. Last week, I was home alone studying for finals. My parents were at my little brother's baseball game. It was still daylight, around 6 in the evening, when I felt something strange, a sort of heaviness in the air. I looked up from my textbook, and there it was, standing in the corner of my room. It had never appeared during the day before, always at night, always when I was asleep first. This was new, and for the first time in years, I felt afraid. Not of the figure itself, but of what its changing pattern might mean. "Why are you here now?" I asked. My voice came out steadier than I expected. As usual, it didn't respond or move. But after about a minute, it vanished. Just as I was trying to process what had happened, I heard my phone ring. It was my mom, calling to tell me there had been an accident. My brother had been hit in the head with a baseball bat during the game and was being taken to the hospital. He was okay in the end, just a concussion and a lot of scared parents. But I can't shake the feeling that my visitor knew something was going to happen, that it came to warn me or prepare me somehow. I don't know what it is. A ghost, some kind of interdimensional being, a hallucination that's somehow visible to other people. I've considered all these possibilities and more over the years, but I still don't have answers. All I know is that it's been with me for as long as I can remember. It's followed me from house to house, watched me grow from a child to a teenager, been present for the good times and the bad. It's never hurt me or even tried to. It just watches. Sometimes I talk to it when it appears. I tell it about my day, my problems, my hopes. It never responds, but I like to think it listens, that it cares, in whatever way a faceless entity can care. I'll be going to college next year, moving away from home for the first time. I find myself wondering if it will follow me there too. I hope it does. As strange as it sounds, I'd miss it if it didn't. I don't expect anyone to believe this story. I hardly believe it myself sometimes, even though I've lived it. But it's real. My faceless visitor is real, and it's been a part of my life for 12 years now. Maybe someday I'll figure out what it wants or why it chose me. Until then, I'll keep watching it watch me, wondering what lies behind that featureless void where a face should be. Whatever it is, wherever it comes from, I've stopped being afraid of it. How can I fear something that's been such a constant in my life? Something that's never shown me anything but silent, faceless vigilance. Some nights when I can't sleep, I find myself hoping it will appear. There's something oddly reassuring about its presence now. If something that strange and impossible can exist in this world, then maybe anything is possible. Maybe there's more to life than what we can see and touch and explain. Or maybe I'm just a girl with an overactive imagination and a weird recurring hallucination. But if that's the case, why did Sophia see it too? Why did it appear just before my brother got hurt? These are the questions that keep me up at night, more than the visitor itself ever did. I don't have answers. I'm not sure I ever will. All I know is that somewhere out there, something faceless knows my name, knows where I sleep, and for whatever reason, has decided to watch over me. And the strangest part? I'm okay with that. Story 6. I've been a hunter for most of my life. Grew up in Montana, been tracking elk since I was 14, and I've spent more nights in the backwoods than I could possibly count. Never considered myself the jumpy type. Bears, wolves, mountain lions. I've encountered them all and always kept my cool. What happened to me last September in the Blue Mountains of southeastern Washington, though, that was different. I'm still trying to make sense of it. I'd driven out there alone for a 3-day scouting trip before hunting season. Nothing unusual about that. I prefer solo trips when I'm just looking for game trails and bedding areas. The Blue Mountains aren't exactly well known outside the Pacific Northwest, but they're incredible. Remote, dense forests covering steep ridges with deep valleys cutting between them. The first day went smoothly. I hiked about 6 miles into an area I'd never explored before, following old logging roads and game trails. By late afternoon, I'd found a perfect ridge with a good vantage point overlooking two valleys. Perfect spot to glass for deer and elk. Since I was planning to be mobile, I'd packed light, just a small tent, sleeping bag, some freeze-dried meals, water and my gear. No campfire, since I was doing what hunters call a dry camp, staying undetectable to wildlife. After setting up my tent, I spent the evening glassing the valleys below, making notes on my topo map where I spotted game trails. Just routine scouting work. The sunset was incredible. Temperature dropped pretty quickly, as it often does in the mountains, and I tucked into my sleeping bag around 10, planning to be up before dawn. I fell asleep listening to the normal sounds of the forest. Wind in the pines, the occasional owl, nothing out of the ordinary. Then, at around 1 in the morning, I woke up with the worst headache I've ever experienced in my life. When I say headache, I don't mean a normal one. This was like someone had driven an ice pick into the base of my skull. It was pulsing, throbbing, making me nauseous. I've never had migraines, but I imagine this is what they feel like. I fumbled for my headlamp and some ibuprofen, swallowed 3 pills dry, and just sat there waiting for them to kick in. That's when I heard it. From somewhere up the mountainside above my camp came this sound. I've spent my whole life in the woods. I know what animals sound like at night. This wasn't anything I recognized. It was this hollow, resonating call, almost like someone blowing across the top of an empty bottle, but deeper, louder, way louder than any animal should be. At first, I thought maybe it was an elk bugle, but elk don't bugle in September, and this sound was all wrong anyway. Too deliberate, too purposeful. It would sound off for about 8 seconds, then stop for 20 or 30, then repeat. Always identical, always from the exact same spot. Animals move when they call. This thing didn't. I tried telling myself it was just some weird bird or maybe sound carrying strangely in the mountain air. But my headache was getting worse, not better, and something about that sound was making my skin crawl. It felt wrong, unnatural. After about 15 minutes of this, the call started getting closer. Not by much, just enough that I could tell whatever it was had moved down the ridge toward me, maybe 100 yards closer. My headache was now so bad I could barely think straight. It felt like pressure was building inside my skull. I decided enough was enough. Something wasn't right, and every instinct I had was screaming at me to get out of there. I've learned to trust those instincts. I packed up my gear as quickly and quietly as I could, stuffing things haphazardly into my backpack. All the while, that sound kept coming, now maybe 500 yards away up the slope. The moon was nearly full, so once I got outside the tent, I could see well enough to move without my headlamp. I decided to leave it off. Something in me didn't want to announce my position. I broke down the tent in record time, my hands shaking the whole time, not from the cold. I had my rifle slung over my shoulder, a .308 that I've used for years. I've never felt more grateful to have it with me, though I wasn't sure what good it would do against whatever was up there. There was a gated Forest Service road about a quarter-mile down the ridge that would loop around and connect back to the main road where I'd parked my truck about 4 miles away. I decided that was my best option, staying on a road rather than trying to navigate trails in the dark with this splitting headache. As I started moving down toward the road, the calling stopped. The silence was almost worse. My head was still pounding, and now I felt like I was being watched. Not the normal feeling of being in the woods at night. This was intense, focused, like something was staring hard enough to burn a hole in my back. I reached the road and started walking as quickly as I could without running. Running felt like it would be a bad idea, like it might trigger something. About 10 minutes in, the calling started again. It was behind me now, up the mountainside, but it had moved. Whatever it was had come down to where my campsite had been, and now it was following me. I kept walking, trying to keep my pace steady despite every nerve in my body telling me to sprint. The road switched back down the mountain, and as I made the turns, I could track where the sound was coming from. It was staying parallel to me, about 200 to 300 yards up the slope, moving at exactly my pace. This went on for over an hour, me walking on the road, that thing keeping pace with me up on the mountain, never getting closer, never falling behind. The sound would stop sometimes for 5 or 10 minutes, and I'd think maybe it had given up. Then it would start again, right where it should be, if it had kept moving alongside me, like it wanted me to know it was still there. My headache was getting worse, if that was even possible. It felt like my skull was going to crack open. I started getting tunnel vision. A couple times I had to stop and throw up from the pain. Each time I stopped, the calling would stop too. When I started walking again, it would resume after a minute or so, still keeping pace. I kept my hand on my rifle the whole time, but I never saw anything to shoot at. Just heard that unnatural sound and felt those eyes on me. I've been stared down by grizzlies before, and it didn't feel as threatening as this. Around 4 in the morning, I finally reached the point where the service road started to descend below the tree line toward the main road. As soon as I crossed some invisible threshold, my headache vanished. Not gradually, it was just gone between one step and the next. The relief was so sudden, I actually gasped and had to lean against a tree for support. The calling stopped too, but the feeling of being watched didn't go away. If anything, it intensified, like whatever it was angry that I'd reached some kind of boundary. I made it back to my truck just as the sky was starting to lighten. I threw my gear in the back and got the hell out of there, watching my mirrors the whole way down the mountain road. I didn't stop until I hit the interstate 2 hours away. When I got home, I spent hours online trying to find any sound that matched what I'd heard. I found it eventually on a website dedicated to Bigfoot research. They had audio recordings of what they claimed were Sasquatch calls from the Pacific Northwest. I've never believed in Bigfoot, still don't know if I do, but those recordings were identical to what I heard that night. Same hollow, resonating quality. Same deliberateness. Some of the accounts on that site described people getting intense headaches when these things were nearby. They called it infrasound. Apparently some animals can produce sound at frequencies below human hearing that can cause physical symptoms like headaches and nausea. Supposedly it's a predatory tactic. I don't know what was on that mountain with me. I never saw it, never found tracks or other evidence. But I know it was intelligent. It knew exactly what it was doing, following me, pacing me, letting me know I was being hunted. And I believe if I hadn't made it below that tree line by dawn, I wouldn't have made it out at all. I've been back to the Blue Mountains since then, but never alone, and never to that same area. I still hunt, still spend nights in the wilderness. But something changed in me that night. I realized there are things in the remote corners of our world that we don't understand, things that perhaps don't want to be understood. Whatever stalked me through those mountains that night wasn't a bear, wasn't a cougar, wasn't any animal I've encountered in 20+ years of hunting. It moved with purpose. It understood exactly what it was doing, and I can't shake the feeling that it was playing with me, that it could have closed the distance any time it wanted, but chose not to. Maybe that's the most terrifying part. Not that I was in danger, but that something chose whether or not I would be. Whatever it was had agency, had control, and it let me go. I've told this story to exactly 3 people before posting it here. 2 of them laughed it off, told me I probably just heard an elk or a coyote and got myself worked up. The 3rd person, an old-timer who's hunted those mountains his whole life, just got real quiet. Then he told me he doesn't go into certain parts of the Blue Mountains anymore, and he won't say why. I don't blame the skeptics. I was one myself until that night. All I know is what I experienced, the sound, the headache, the feeling of being hunted. And I know that whatever was on that mountain with me wasn't anything I can explain, wasn't anything that should exist in our world as we understand it. Sometimes at night, I still wake up with the ghost of that headache, the echo of that sound in my ears, and I lie awake wondering if that thing is still up there in those remote ridges, waiting for the next person to wander too far from safety, to camp in what it considers its territory. And I wonder if the next person will be as lucky as I was. Story 7. I still wake up in the middle of the night sometimes, thinking I hear footsteps circling my bedroom. It's been almost 4 years since that night in the woods, but the memory is still as fresh as if it happened yesterday. Chris and I were both 17, just a couple months from graduating high school, and we thought we were invincible. That's what 17 feels like, right? You think nothing bad can touch you. We were camping with a group of friends from school, about 8 of us total. It was late May, warm enough during the day but still chilly at night up in the mountains. Our town, Pinewood, sits in this valley surrounded by dense forest and mountains that seem to touch the sky. Most kids around here grow up camping and hiking. It's just what you do when there's not much else around. We'd been at the main campsite for 2 days already, but Chris and I were getting frustrated with the fishing spot. Jake and his buddies kept cannonballing into the lake, scaring away all the fish. After catching absolutely nothing for the second day in a row, Chris suggested we break away from the group and find our own spot. "Tyler, I know this creek about a mile north," he said while reeling in yet another empty line. "My dad showed me last summer. The trout practically jump into your hands." It didn't take much convincing. We told the others we'd be back by the next afternoon, packed some basics, and headed out. We only had one tent for the whole group anyway, and it was getting cramped with 8 teenage boys. Nobody minded us taking off for a night. The hike wasn't bad, about 40 minutes through fairly dense woods following a barely there trail. When we reached the clearing Chris had talked about, I had to admit he was right. It was perfect. A small meadow surrounded by massive pine trees with a boulder on one side and a clear stream running along the other edge. The water bubbled over smooth rocks, creating these little pools that looked promising for fishing. Since we didn't have a tent, we built a lean-to against the boulder. Nothing fancy, just some branches propped against the rock face with pine boughs layered on top for cover. We collected firewood, set up our sleeping bags, and spent the afternoon absolutely destroying the local fish population. By sunset, we'd caught 6 decent-sized trout, cleaned them, and were cooking them over the fire. It was one of those perfect evenings, you know, the kind where you feel completely at peace. The sky turned this incredible shade of purple as the sun disappeared behind the mountains. We ate our fish, talked about graduation, college plans, girls, all the things that seemed so important then. Chris passed out pretty early, around 9:30 or so. He'd always been able to fall asleep anywhere, any time. I wasn't tired yet, so I stayed up, feeding sticks into our fire, watching the flames die down to glowing embers. The night was so quiet, you could hear every crack of the wood burning and the gentle rush of the stream nearby. I don't know exactly what time it was, maybe around 10:30, when I had this sudden urge to scan the tree line. It wasn't that I heard anything specific. It was more like, you know when you feel someone watching you, that prickly feeling on the back of your neck. That's when I saw him. At the edge of the clearing, maybe 80 yards away, stood a man, just standing there, perfectly still, like he was rooted to the spot. Even in the dim moonlight, I could tell he was tall and thin. He wore what looked like dark clothes, but it was hard to make out details. What I remember most clearly is that he was just staring at us, at me. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I knew he was watching us. Not moving, not approaching, just watching. My first thought was that it must be another camper or a ranger, but why would they just stand there in the darkness? Why not call out or approach our fire? I raised my hand in a half wave, thinking maybe he'd acknowledge me, but he didn't move. For what felt like 5 minutes but was probably only 30 seconds, we stayed locked in this weird standoff. Me by the dying fire, him at the edge of the trees. Then, without any sudden movement, he simply stepped backward into the forest and disappeared. I sat there, frozen, straining my eyes to see if he was still there, hidden just behind the first line of trees. Part of me wanted to wake Chris, but I felt stupid. What would I say? "Hey, I saw some guy standing in the woods looking at us." It was probably nothing. A hiker who got lost and was trying to figure out if we were friendly or not. I poked at the fire for another 20 minutes or so before crawling into our lean-to next to Chris. Sleep didn't come easy. Every noise, an owl hooting, branches creaking in the light breeze, made me tense up. I must have eventually drifted off, because the next thing I remember is jolting awake to a sound I couldn't immediately place. Footsteps. Soft, deliberate footsteps moving around our clearing. The fire had died completely, leaving just the faint glow of moonlight filtering through the trees. I checked my phone, 12:16 in the morning. The footsteps continued, slow and methodical, circling the perimeter of our camp. I elbowed Chris hard in the ribs. He grunted and started to complain, but I clamped my hand over his mouth and whispered, "Listen." He went still. The footsteps continued, now coming from a different direction than before. Whoever it was, they were making a complete circle around our clearing. "What the hell?" Chris whispered, his voice barely audible. I reached for my flashlight and pointed it toward the sound, clicking it on. The beam cut through the darkness, but revealed nothing except trees and undergrowth. The footsteps stopped immediately when the light came on. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding much shakier than I intended. "Is someone there?" Silence answered back. "Probably just a deer," Chris said, but I could tell from his voice that he didn't believe it. We sat awake for what felt like hours, listening. The footsteps didn't return, but neither of us could fall back asleep. We talked in hushed voices about heading back to the main camp, but neither wanted to trek through the woods in the dark. "Let's just wait till morning," Chris said. "First light, we pack up and go back." I agreed, and eventually exhaustion won out over fear. I don't know exactly when we fell asleep, but I remember checking my phone one last time and seeing it was almost 2 in the morning. The sound that woke me next is one I'll never forget. A slow, deliberate sound of fabric being cut, like scissors through paper but heavier, slower, more purposeful. My eyes shot open. Our lean-to was open toward the fire pit, so I had a clear view of the blackened embers and the clearing beyond. But the sound wasn't coming from there. It was coming from behind us, from the side that backed against the boulder. Something was cutting through our shelter. Chris was already awake, his eyes wide with terror in what little moonlight filtered through. We watched, paralyzed, as the blade, because that's what it had to be, continued its slow path through our makeshift wall. A small slit appeared, then grew longer. Whatever was on the other side was taking its time, methodically slicing through the branches and pine boughs we'd stacked. "Run!" I suddenly yelled, grabbing Chris by the shirt. "Go!" We exploded out of the front of the lean-to, not bothering with shoes or gear, just pure animal survival instinct. I heard a crash behind us as whoever it was burst through the remains of our shelter. Then came the footsteps, heavy, fast, pursuing us. We ran blindly into the forest, away from the clearing, away from the stream that could lead us back to camp. There was no path, just darkness and trees, and the sounds of our own panicked breathing mixed with the heavier footfalls behind us. Low branches whipped across my face and bare chest. Rocks and sticks cut into my feet. But the adrenaline was so intense I barely felt the pain. All I could focus on was moving forward, staying close to Chris's shadowy form ahead of me, and the terrifying knowledge that someone was chasing us. "This way!" Chris gasped, veering sharply to the left. I followed, crashing through underbrush, trying not to trip over exposed roots. The footsteps behind us continued, sometimes seeming farther away, sometimes horrifyingly close. We ran for what felt like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes or so. Eventually, Chris pulled me down behind a fallen log. We crouched there, trying to silence our heaving breaths, listening intently. The forest had gone quiet. No footsteps, no cracking of branches, just the normal sounds of the woods at night. "Do you think we lost him?" Chris whispered, his voice barely audible. "I don't know," I replied. "Let's wait." We stayed there, huddled behind that log, for what must have been half an hour. The adrenaline began to wear off, and I became acutely aware of how cold I was in just my t-shirt and shorts. My feet were bleeding. I could feel the warm stickiness between my toes. "We need to find our way back to the main camp," Chris said finally, "but I have no idea where we are." Neither did I. In our panic, we'd run without any thought of direction. My phone was back at the lean-to, along with our shoes, supplies, everything. We were lost in the mountains, barefoot, with some knife-wielding maniac potentially still hunting us. We decided to start moving again, trying to find any landmark or trail that might lead us back to civilization. The forest was lighter now, not quite dawn, but getting there. We could at least see well enough not to run face first into trees. For hours, we wandered, trying to find something familiar. Every sound made us freeze. Every shadow looked like a human figure. The sun was fully up by the time we stumbled onto what looked like a game trail, narrow, but clearly used regularly by something. "Animals usually know the best ways through forests," Chris said. "Let's follow it." It was as good a plan as any. We followed the trail for maybe 2 miles, our feet now completely numb from cold and pain. When it opened into a wider path, we almost cried with relief. "This has to lead somewhere," I said. It did. To our shock, after another mile or so of walking, we recognized a bend in the path. We weren't far from our original clearing. "Should we go back there?" Chris asked, clearly terrified at the thought. "We need our stuff," I said. "Phones, shoes, and it's daylight now. Maybe whoever it was is gone." We approached the clearing with extreme caution, stopping every few feet to listen. When we finally peered through the trees at our campsite, what we saw made my stomach drop. Our lean-to was destroyed. Not just the cut he'd made to get in, but completely torn apart. Branches were scattered everywhere. Our sleeping bags had been dragged out and slashed repeatedly, stuffing spread across the clearing like snow. Our backpacks had been emptied, contents thrown everywhere. Some items, my spare shirt, Chris's fishing hat, had been partially burned in the fire pit. "What the hell?" Chris whispered. "Why would someone do this?" I had no answer. We cautiously entered the clearing, scanning the tree line constantly as we picked through our belongings. I found my phone under a pile of leaves, screen cracked but still working. Chris's was missing entirely. Our shoes were there, but one of mine had been cut almost in half. We gathered what we could salvage and got out of there as quickly as possible, following the stream back toward the main campsite. When we finally stumbled into camp around noon, our friends were shocked by our appearance, dirty, bloody-footed, eyes wild with fear. We told them everything. Jake wanted to go back with his hunting knife to teach this psycho a lesson, but the others talked sense into him. We packed up and left, reporting the incident to the ranger station on our way out. The rangers said they'd investigate, but I never heard anything more about it. No one matching our description had been reported in the area. No similar incidents had occurred. It was just some random, terrifying encounter in the woods. I haven't been camping since that night. Neither has Chris. Sometimes I wonder if the man is still out there, waiting in the trees at the edge of some other teenager's campsite. I wonder what would have happened if we hadn't woken up when we did. What haunts me most, though, is the deliberateness of it all. The way he stood watching us first. The slow circle around our camp, the methodical slicing of our shelter. He wasn't just some random forest dweller who stumbled upon us. He was hunting us, playing with us, and I have no idea why. Story 8. I've never actually written this down before. I've told a few people, but it's hard to explain how I felt during those hours. Even now, 3 years later, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night thinking I can hear those claws on cement. You know that sound when a dog's nails click on a hard floor? Imagine that, but heavier, more deliberate. Let me start from the beginning. I'm an experienced camper and outdoorsman. Grew up in Michigan, been hunting, fishing, and camping since I was a kid. My dad taught me everything about wilderness survival, how to read weather patterns, animal behavior, all that stuff. So I'm not some clueless city guy who wandered into the woods unprepared. It was late May, and I had a week off work. I decided to head up to the Pigeon River Country State Forest in northern Michigan for some solo camping. The weather forecast called for some storms later in the week, but nothing too concerning for the first few days. I packed my usual gear: tent, sleeping bag, cooking supplies, first aid kit, my hunting knife, enough food for 5 days, water filtration system, the works. The first 2 days were perfect. Seriously, picture perfect Michigan spring weather. I hiked during the day, set up camp each evening, cooked over a small fire. I even caught a couple of trout in one of the smaller streams. On the third day, though, things changed. I woke up early, around 5 a.m., to check the weather on my satellite radio. The forecast had shifted dramatically. What was supposed to be scattered thunderstorms had morphed into warnings about a potential derecho storm system moving faster than expected. If you don't know what a derecho is, it's basically a widespread, long-lived windstorm associated with a band of rapidly moving thunderstorms. We're talking hurricane-force winds, but moving in a straight line instead of rotating. I immediately broke camp and started hiking toward one of the day-use areas I knew had a concrete pavilion. It was about 4 miles from my location, and I figured I'd be better off there than in the open woods when this thing hit. By noon, the sky had turned this eerie greenish-gray color. You know it's bad when the sky looks like that. The air felt charged, heavy, no birds singing, that weird stillness that comes before something big. By the time I reached the pavilion, I could see the wall of darkness approaching from the northwest. The wind had already picked up, making the trees sway and bend. The pavilion wasn't much, just a concrete slab with a metal roof supported by thick wooden posts and waist-high concrete walls on 3 sides. The 4th side was open, not ideal, but way better than being directly under trees. I quickly set up my tent in the middle of the pavilion, thinking it would give me an extra layer of protection from sideways rain and whatever debris might blow in. In hindsight, maybe that was a mistake, but I've always slept in a tent, even at established campgrounds. It's just habit. I secured my backpack and other gear, then checked the radio again. The warnings had escalated. They were calling it a potentially historic derecho now, with expected wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour. I sent a quick text to my brother, letting him know my location, but the signal was already spotty. The message showed as sent, but not delivered. That's when I first heard it. A snuffling sound coming from the edge of the tree line, maybe 30 yards from the pavilion. I turned and saw it. A good-sized black bear, probably between 200 and 300 pounds. It was pacing nervously at the forest edge, head swinging back and forth, clearly agitated by the approaching storm. I've encountered bears before. Usually you make some noise, look big, and they take off. But this one seemed different. Almost panicked. The wind was really kicking up now, and the first fat raindrops were starting to fall. Thunder rolled across the sky. Then everything happened at once. A massive gust of wind hit, bending the trees almost sideways. There was a horrible cracking sound as a large limb snapped off a nearby oak, and the bear, it bolted, straight toward the pavilion, straight toward me. I froze. The bear charged inside, skidded on the concrete floor, and pressed itself against the far wall, as far from the open side as possible. Its eyes were wild, chest heaving. It didn't even seem to register my presence at first, so consumed by its own terror of the storm. For a moment, we just stared at each other. Me, halfway into my tent. The bear pressed against the wall about 15 feet away. Then the storm hit full force. The rain came down like someone had opened a fire hose. The wind howled through the trees, an actual howl, not like in movies, this deep, constant roar that made it hard to hear anything else. Debris, leaves, twigs, even small branches flew through the air horizontally. A plastic trash can from somewhere tumbled past the pavilion like it weighed nothing. The bear flinched at a particularly loud crack of thunder and started pacing along the back wall. That's when I heard it for the first time, that clicking sound of its claws on the cement floor. Click, 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 click. I slowly, very slowly, backed all the way into my tent and zipped it up, knowing full well how useless that thin nylon would be against a bear, but needing some kind of barrier, however psychological. I could see the bear's shadow through the tent fabric as it continued to pace, back and forth, back and forth. Then it started circling the entire perimeter of the pavilion. I heard it pass right by my tent, so close I could hear it breathing, these deep, huffing breaths, click, 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 click. Everything I knew about black bears told me it should have run away from human presence. They're usually timid, especially around people. But this one was trapped between two fears, the terrifying storm outside and the human inside. And it chose to stay with the lesser threat, me. I reached for my pack and carefully, quietly unzipped the compartment where I kept my hunting knife. It's a good one, fixed blade, about 7 inches long. I also grabbed my roll of duct tape. With trembling hands, I wrapped the tape around the knife handle and my right hand, binding them together. I figured if the bear attacked, I'd have one chance, and I couldn't risk dropping the knife. The storm intensified. The metal roof above us rattled and groaned. Through the gaps in the pavilion walls and the open side, I could see trees bending at horrifying angles. One snapped about 50 yards away, the crack sounding like a gunshot even over the wind noise. The bear roared in response and resumed its pacing, faster now. Click, 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 click. Pause, snuffle, click, 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 click. For the next 3 hours, yes, 3 hours, I sat completely still inside my tent, knife hand ready, listening to that bear circle the pavilion. Sometimes it would stop in one spot for 10 or 15 minutes, and I'd think maybe it had calmed down. Then a particularly strong gust or loud thunder would startle it, and the pacing would begin again. I was too afraid to look outside. I could only track its movements by sound. Sometimes it seemed to stop right next to my tent, and I'd hold my breath, sure that this was the moment it would attack. My mouth was so dry I couldn't swallow. My muscles ached from being tensed for so long. I had to pee badly, but didn't dare move. At one point, something large, probably another branch or small tree, hit the roof of the pavilion with such force that part of the metal sheeting tore loose. Rain poured in through the new gap. The bear growled, a deep rumbling sound that I felt more than heard, and began scraping at the concrete wall with its claws. I can't describe how terrifying that sound was, like nails on a chalkboard, but 100 times worse. Click, scrape, click, scrape. I was sure I was going to die, either from the bear or from the pavilion collapsing on us. I thought about my family, if they would find my body, if the bear would drag me into the woods. I wondered if anyone would understand what had happened here, this bizarre standoff between man, bear, and storm. As the hours passed, the storm's intensity gradually began to decrease. The wind still howled, but the gaps between thunder grew longer. The bear's pacing slowed. Its breathing sounded as exhausted as I felt. Click, 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 click. Then, around 7 p.m., during a brief lull in the wind, the bear suddenly moved toward the open side of the pavilion. I heard it pause there, probably assessing the conditions outside. There was still plenty of daylight left. It was late May, after all. The bear huffed once, twice, and then I heard the clicking move away from the pavilion and fade into the distance. I still didn't move. I couldn't be sure it was really gone, or that it wouldn't come back. I stayed frozen in that tent, knife still taped to my hand, for another hour as the storm continued to weaken. Eventually, I had to pee so badly that I was forced to use an empty water bottle, still inside the tent, still afraid to make any noise. As darkness fell, the storm reduced to just rain and occasional gusts. I must have fallen asleep from pure exhaustion because I woke with a start around 5 in the morning. The rain had stopped. Birds were singing. For a moment I couldn't remember where I was or why my hand hurt so much. Then it all came flooding back. I carefully unzipped the tent and peered out. The pavilion was still standing, though part of the roof was indeed torn away. The floor was wet with rain, and branches and leaves were scattered everywhere. But no bear. I unwrapped the duct tape from my hand, wincing as it pulled at my skin and hair. My fingers were swollen and stiff from being bound to the knife all night. I packed up my tent with shaking hands, constantly scanning my surroundings. That's when I saw them. Claw marks. Deep grooves in the concrete walls of the pavilion, circling all the way around. In some places, they were at waist height, in others near the floor. The bear had been literally trying to dig into the walls at certain points. Outside the pavilion, the forest was a mess. Trees down everywhere. The path I had hiked in on was completely blocked in several places. But the most chilling thing was what I found at the edge of the clearing. Bear tracks in the mud, circling the pavilion from the outside. The bear had come back sometime during the night and circled the entire structure again and again. It took me almost 8 hours to hike back to where I'd parked my truck. Normally, it would have been a 3-hour hike, but with all the fallen trees and debris, progress was painfully slow. I had to backtrack and find alternate routes many times. When I finally got cell service again, I had 17 missed calls from my brother and parents. The storm had been even worse than predicted. Winds had reached 90 miles per hour in some areas, and there were 3 confirmed deaths from fallen trees in counties to the south. I've been back to those woods since then, but never alone. And never when there's even a hint of bad weather in the forecast. I still camp and hike, but something fundamental changed in me that day. I realized that all my experience, all my preparation, meant nothing in the face of a truly cornered wild animal and nature's full fury. Sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I hear it again. Click, 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 and I jolt awake, my heart pounding. My girlfriend thinks I'm crazy for still going camping at all after that. Maybe I am, but there's this weird connection I feel now to that bear. We were both just trying to survive, both terrified, both trapped. I wonder if it ever thinks about the strange human it shared a pavilion with during the storm of the century. Probably not, but I'll never forget those eyes, wild with fear, or the sound of those claws on concrete as it circled and circled and circled. Story 9. I still can't believe it's been 25 years since it happened. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined the whole thing, but I know deep down I didn't. The image is burned into my memory forever. That face looking at me, those empty eyes. I've never told this story publicly before, but I need to get it out there. Maybe someone else has seen something similar. This happened back in 1998, when I was 12 years old, living in a small town in Nova Scotia. Our house was about a 15-minute walk from a pretty dense forest that all the neighborhood kids played in. My parents always told me to stay on the main trails, but you know how kids are. Rules are meant to be broken, right? It was early August, during summer break. Me and 7 of my friends decided to go hiking in the woods. There was me, Ethan, my best friend Mike, his younger brother Tim, the twins Jenny and Jessica, Chris from down the street, and 2 other kids from our school, Derek and Sam. We all had our backpacks with water and snacks, thinking we were these great explorers or something. We met up at the entrance to the forest around 10 in the morning. It was one of those perfect summer days, not too hot, with a light breeze, birds chirping. Everything felt normal, safe. We were just a bunch of kids looking for adventure. We'd been walking on the main trail for maybe 30 minutes, laughing and joking around, when Mike spotted this narrow path branching off to the right. It wasn't much of a path really, just a small opening between some bushes, but you could tell people had walked through there before. "Hey, let's check this out," Mike said, already pushing through the brush. I remember hesitating for a second. My dad had always said to stay on the main trails, but the thought of discovering something new was too exciting to pass up. So we all followed Mike, ducking under branches and stepping over roots. We walked for about 10 minutes down this narrow path, and then suddenly the trees opened up into this small clearing. And that's where we found it. This weird campsite that looked like it had been arranged with creepy precision. The site had these brush beds, like literally piles of leaves and branches formed into rectangular shapes, all lined up in 2 perfect rows, 4 on each side. In the middle was a fire pit with stones placed in an exact circle, and wood already stacked inside, ready to be lit. There were no tents, no backpacks, nothing that would indicate who had set this up. "Whoa, cool!" Derek exclaimed, running over to one of the brush beds and sitting on it. "It's actually pretty comfortable. It's probably for Boy Scouts or something," Jenny said, looking around with mild interest. "They do survival training in these woods sometimes." That made sense to all of us. Who else would make such an organized campsite in the middle of nowhere? We decided this would be our new hideout for the day. We all claimed different brush beds, threw down our backpacks, and took out our snacks. It felt like we'd discovered some secret place that belonged just to us. We spent a couple hours there, eating our snacks, playing games and talking about who might have made the campsite. It was fun, but eventually most of the group started getting bored. "We should head back," Jessica said, checking her watch. "My mum wants us home by 4. Everyone agreed except me. I was still curious about the place and wanted to explore a bit more. "You guys go ahead," I told them. "I'm going to stay for a little while longer." Mike looked concerned. "You sure, Ethan? It's going to be a pain walking back alone." "I'll be fine," I insisted. "I'll catch up with you guys in like 30 minutes. They tried to convince me to come with them, but I was stubborn. Eventually they gave up and started heading back down the path toward the main trail, with Mike promising to wait for me at the forest entrance if I didn't catch up. Once they were gone, I laid down on one of the brush beds, hands behind my head, staring up at the patches of blue sky visible through the tree canopy. It was peaceful. Just the sounds of birds, the rustling of leaves in the breeze. I remember thinking how cool it would be to actually camp out there overnight. That's when I heard it, a branch snapping somewhere in the distance. I sat up quickly, my heart suddenly beating a little faster. "Hello?" I called out. "Mike, you guys come back?" No answer. I told myself it was probably just an animal, a deer or something. But then I noticed something I hadn't seen before. About 50 yards away, through a gap in the trees, there was something hanging from a branch. From that distance, it looked like some kind of equipment or maybe a large sack. Curiosity got the better of me. I got up and started walking toward it, thinking maybe it belonged to whoever had set up the campsite. As I got closer, though, something felt wrong. The shape wasn't right for camping equipment. It was longer, thinner in some places, wider in others. At about 20 yards away, I stopped dead in my tracks as a horrible realization began to dawn on me. The shape was roughly human-sized. I squinted, telling myself I was imagining things, that it was probably just a sleeping bag or some hunting gear. But my feet kept moving forward, almost against my will. 15 yards, 10 yards, each step bringing the shape into clearer focus. 5 yards away, and there was no more denying what I was looking at. It was a body, a human body, hanging by the neck from a rope tied to a thick branch. My breath caught in my throat. My whole body went ice cold. I wanted to run, to scream, to close my eyes, but I was frozen in place, staring at the most horrifying thing I'd ever seen. The body was in an advanced state of decay. The skin had this grayish-green color where it wasn't blackened. The clothes, what looked like jeans and a flannel shirt, were dirty and tattered. But the face, God, the face is what still haunts me. It was shriveled, like all the moisture had been sucked out. The lips had pulled back, revealing yellowed teeth in a permanent grimace. The nose was partially gone, and the eyes, those eyes, they were just empty sockets, dark and hollow, but somehow, impossibly, they seemed to be staring right at me. As if the horror of what I was seeing finally registered in my brain, my paralysis broke. I stumbled backward, tripped over a root, and fell hard on my back, knocking the wind out of me. I gasped for air, my eyes still fixed on the hanging corpse. And then, I swear this happened. The head moved, just slightly, rotating a few degrees toward me. It wasn't the wind. There wasn't any breeze at that moment. The head moved on its own, those empty eye sockets now fully facing me. I screamed then, a high-pitched, terrified scream that tore through my throat. I scrambled to my feet and ran. I ran faster than I'd ever run in my life, crashing through bushes, jumping over fallen logs, branches whipping against my face and arms. I didn't care. I just needed to get away from that thing. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to stretch and compress all at once. All I know is that I eventually burst out onto the main trail, still running at full speed, tears streaming down my face, my lungs burning for air. By some miracle, I spotted my friends up ahead. They hadn't gotten that far, probably walking slowly and goofing around. When they heard me crashing through the underbrush, they all turned, their expressions changing from surprise to concern as they saw the state I was in. "Ethan! What happened?" Mike rushed over to me as I collapsed onto my knees, gasping for breath. "Body! There's a body!" I managed between ragged breaths. "Hanging from a tree." They all gathered around me, their faces pale with shock. "What are you talking about?" Chris asked, his voice shaking. "A dead person!" I shouted, my voice breaking. "Back there, by those brush beds, hanging from a tree." I pointed frantically in the direction I'd come from. They all looked at each other, eyes wide with fear. Jenny started crying. Tim, who was only 10, looked like he might throw up. "We need to go tell someone," Derek said, always the practical one. "We need to get help." "No!" I grabbed Mike's arm. "We need to get out of here now. It looked at me." The head moved. That sent a fresh wave of panic through the group. Without another word, we all started running toward the forest exit, not stopping until we reached the street where our neighborhood began. Once we felt safe on the familiar sidewalk of our street, we huddled together, all of us shaking. "Are you sure about what you saw?" Jessica asked me, her voice barely above a whisper. "I'm sure," I said, though part of me was desperately hoping I'd somehow hallucinated the whole thing. "We need to tell our parents," Mike decided. "My dad can call the police." We split up then, each rushing to our own homes. I burst through my front door, startling my mum, who was in the kitchen preparing dinner. "Ethan, what on earth?" "Mom!" I cut her off, words tumbling out in a rush. "There's a dead person in the woods, a body hanging from a tree. I saw it. We have to call the police." My mom's face went from shocked to concerned to skeptical in the span of seconds. "Slow down, honey. What are you talking about?" I told her everything. About the path, the strange campsite, staying behind, finding the body. With each detail, her expression grew more troubled, but I could tell she didn't fully believe me. When my dad got home a few minutes later, they had a whispered conversation in the kitchen while I sat trembling on the couch. I overheard fragments. "Overactive imagination. Should check it out anyway. Call the Millers, see if Mike said the same thing." Eventually, they both came to sit beside me. "Ethan," my dad said gently. I called Mike's dad. He said Mike told them the same story. My heart leapt. They had to believe me now. "We're going to go look for this, what you saw, tomorrow morning," he continued. "It'll be safer in daylight. If there really is something there, we'll call the police right away." "But Dad, we need to go now. What if—" "Tomorrow," he said firmly. "For tonight, I want you to try to calm down. Maybe what you saw wasn't exactly what you thought it was. Sometimes our minds play tricks on us when we're scared or alone." I wanted to scream with frustration. They didn't understand the horror of what I'd seen. They hadn't looked into those empty eye sockets and felt them staring back. I barely slept that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that decayed face turning toward me. I heard phantom branch snaps from outside my window. By morning, I was exhausted but wired with nervous energy. My dad woke me up around 7. Mike and his dad were already downstairs waiting. We were going to go back to the woods together. The forest looked different in the morning light, less mysterious, more ordinary. I led them down the main trail, constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every sound. When we reached the spot where the narrow path branched off, I hesitated. "It's this way," I said, my voice small. We followed the path, me in front, the three of them close behind. Everything looked the same as the day before, same trees, same undergrowth. When we reached the clearing with the brush beds, I felt a rush of validation. "See?" I said, pointing. "This is the campsite we found." The adults examined the brush beds and fire pit with frowns. "This is strange," Mike's dad admitted. "Definitely not standard camping practice." "The body is further that way," I said, pointing beyond the campsite in the direction I'd run from. My dad nodded grimly. "Stay here with Mike," he told me. "We'll go check." "No," I protested. "I need to show you exactly where it is." After some argument, they reluctantly agreed to let me lead them, but made me promise to stay between them the whole time. I guided them through the trees, my heart pounding harder with each step. Everything looked familiar. The same pattern of trees, the same mossy rocks I'd noticed before. I was sure we were going the right way. "It was right here," I said finally, pointing to a large oak tree, "hanging from that branch." All three of us looked up at the thick branch extending from the tree. There was nothing there. No rope, no body, nothing. "Are you sure this is the right tree?" my dad asked gently. "Yes, I'm positive." My voice rose with panic. "It was right here." Mike's dad walked around the tree, examining the ground. "There's no sign anyone's been here recently," he said. "No disturbed earth, no footprints other than ours." "But it was here," I insisted, tears welling in my eyes. "I saw it. It was hanging right there, and it looked at me." My dad put his hand on my shoulder. "Ethan, there's nothing here." "Maybe someone moved it," Mike suggested, trying to help. "Maybe they came back and took it down." The adults exchanged a look I couldn't interpret. We spent another hour searching the surrounding area, finding nothing unusual. No body, no rope, no sign that anything had ever hung from that tree or any nearby tree. On the walk back home, my dad tried to comfort me. "Sometimes when we're alone in the woods, our imagination can get carried away. It doesn't mean you made it up on purpose. You probably saw something, maybe a garbage bag caught in the tree or a hunting dummy someone left behind, and in the shadows it looked like something else. But I knew what I'd seen. That wasn't my imagination. That face, those empty eyes that somehow still saw me. They were real." In the days that followed, my parents made me see a counselor. My friends slowly stopped talking about it, and eventually stopped bringing it up altogether. No reports of missing persons in the area ever matched what I'd described. The police never investigated because there was nothing to investigate. 25 years later, I still think about that day. I've researched everything from murder cases to paranormal phenomena, trying to make sense of what happened. I've never gone back to those woods, even though my parents still live in the same house near the forest edge. Sometimes I almost convince myself it was just my imagination. But then I remember those empty eye sockets somehow tracking me, the head turning without any wind to move it, and I know whatever I saw that day wasn't natural. It wasn't just a body. and I don't know what happened to it, why it disappeared, or what it would have done if I had stayed there any longer. All I know is that something was in those Nova Scotia woods that day, something that looked at me, and sometimes in my nightmares I feel like it's still watching me, waiting for me to return. Story 10. I've always loved camping in remote locations, the kind where you can escape people, breathe in the mountain air, and just be alone with your thoughts. That's what Ryan, my buddy from Minnesota, and I were planning when we decided to go camping in southern Utah last October. I've lived in Utah for about 8 years now, but Ryan was visiting and wanted to experience the incredible red rock landscapes I'd been talking about. What was supposed to be a relaxing trip turned into something I still have nightmares about. We had spent the day exploring some trails and were looking for a place to set up camp for the night. It was off-season, so most official campgrounds were closed, but I knew of this place called Young Women's Group Site, tucked away in the mountains. I had driven past it several times but never stayed there. The site is pretty remote, about 25 miles from the nearest town, no cell service, and accessible only by a winding dirt road that climbs about 4,000 feet into the mountains. When we arrived, the place looked deserted except for a trailer, an ATV, a generator, and an older model pickup truck parked near the main area. I figured maybe someone was using the site, but didn't see anyone around. The group site was massive, probably designed to accommodate 30 or 40 people, so we decided to set up as far away as possible out of courtesy. We found a spot near some picnic tables about 200 yards from where the trailer was parked. You couldn't even see our camp from there except for my car, which I had to leave in the main parking area. After setting up our cots and sleeping bags, Ryan mentioned he'd read about a great sunset viewing spot about half a mile up the trail. It was around 6:30 in the evening, and we figured we had about 45 minutes before the sunset, so we grabbed our day packs with water, snacks and headlamps for the walk back. I also brought my collapsible hiking poles, since the trail was supposed to be a bit rocky. We were maybe 10 minutes into our hike when I heard a vehicle barreling up the dirt road. The engine was roaring like someone was flooring it. Ryan and I looked at each other, both thinking it was strange. The road was rough and narrow, not something you'd typically speed on. We decided to head back to check on our camp. As we neared the site, I saw a newer Ford F-150 skid to a stop in the parking area. The driver's door flew open, and out jumped this guy, probably in his mid-40s, built like a linebacker, buzz cut, wearing jeans and a t-shirt. His face was bright red, and he was storming toward us before we even reached the camp. "What the fuck are you doing here?" he yelled from about 30 feet away. I was completely caught off guard. Just camping," I replied, trying to keep my voice calm. "No, you're not. This is a private group site. You need to pack your shit and leave. Now." He was now standing about 10 feet from us, his hands balled into fists. I was confused. The site had a standard Forest Service sign, and there was nothing indicating it was reserved or private. "I'm sorry, but I thought this was a public campground." There wasn't any sign saying it was reserved. That seemed to make him even angrier. "It's my site. I reserved it for the weekend. You're trespassing." Ryan, who tends to be the more diplomatic one, stepped in. "We apologize for the misunderstanding. We can pack up and find somewhere else." I wasn't ready to give in that easily. Something felt off. Could I see some reservation information? We honestly didn't see any signs. The man took a step closer. "I'm law enforcement. I don't need to show you shit." That's when alarm bells really started going off in my head. If he was law enforcement, why wasn't he identifying himself properly? Where was his uniform? His vehicle wasn't marked. "I'm sorry, but if you're law enforcement, could I see some identification?" I asked. In one swift motion, he pulled out a badge wallet and flashed it at me, too quickly to read anything. Then, more disturbing, he lifted his t-shirt to reveal a .40 caliber pistol tucked into his waistband. "That identification enough for you?" he sneered. "Now get the fuck out before I arrest you for trespassing." My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I had my own concealed carry firearm in my day pack, which I'm licensed for. But the thought of escalating this situation made me sick. This guy seemed unhinged, and I wasn't about to turn this into a standoff. "Look, we don't want any trouble," I said. "We'll pack up. But can you at least tell me which department you're with? I just want to understand the situation." Instead of answering, he grabbed my day pack off my shoulder and threw it about 15 feet away. "You deaf?" I said. "Pack your shit and go." Ryan put his hand on my arm, giving me a look that said, "Let's just go." But I was frozen, partly in fear, partly in disbelief that this was happening. "What's your name and badge number?" I managed to ask, my voice shakier than I wanted it to be. The man stepped right into my personal space, his face inches from mine. I could smell alcohol on his breath. "Officer Neal, Salt Lake City PD, and you're about 5 seconds away from spending the night in cuffs." Something in his eyes terrified me. They were cold, but somehow unfocused, like he wasn't fully in control. I've met plenty of police officers in my life, and none of them behaved like this. "Jackson, let's just go," Ryan urged, more forcefully this time. I nodded, slowly backing away to pick up my day pack. Officer Neal watched my every move like a predator tracking prey. As I bent down to grab my pack, I noticed his hand hovering near his waistband where his gun was. The realization hit me like a bucket of ice water. This could go very wrong, very quickly. We walked back to our campsite in silence, the officer following about 20 feet behind us. My mind was racing. Was he really a cop? Was he drunk? Was he going to shoot us and claim we attacked him? The isolation that had seemed so appealing earlier now felt dangerous. No witnesses, no cell service, miles from help. When we reached our campsite, Ryan immediately started packing up our sleeping gear. I stood there for a moment, still processing. "You need help understanding what leave means," Neal barked. I started breaking down our camp, hands trembling so badly I could barely fold my cot. The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows across the campground. It would be dark soon, and the thought of driving down that mountain road in the dark was concerning, but not nearly as concerning as staying. As we packed, Officer Neal stood watching us, occasionally pacing and muttering to himself. At one point, he kicked one of our camping chairs across the site. "Faster!" he shouted. It took us about 20 minutes to break down the camp completely. We worked in silence, communicating only through glances and nods. I kept thinking about my gun in my day pack. If he attacked us, would I have time to defend us? Would I even want to draw against someone who claimed to be a cop? The consequences of either choice were terrifying. With the car packed, we were ready to leave. Officer Neal had moved his truck to block the exit from the parking area. I approached him cautiously. "We're all packed up. We're leaving now," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He looked at us, then at our fully packed car. "Where are you from?" he demanded. "I live in Salt Lake City," I replied. "My friend is visiting from Minnesota." He snorted. "Minnesota, huh? Should have stayed there. Utah doesn't need more out-of-staters filling up our campsites." I just nodded, wanting to avoid any more confrontation. He stared at us for what felt like an eternity before finally getting back in his truck and moving it aside. As we drove past him, he rolled down his window. "Don't let me catch you around here again," he warned. The drive down the mountain was tense. Neither Ryan nor I spoke for the first 20 minutes. My hands were still shaking on the steering wheel, and I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights following us. "What the hell just happened?" Ryan finally asked. I shook my head. "I have no idea. That guy was completely unhinged." "Do you think he was really a cop?" "I don't know. The badge looked real, but everything else about him screamed danger." We debated what to do. Report him. What if he really was a cop? Would anyone believe us? What if reporting him made things worse? We eventually found a motel in a small town about 40 miles away and tried to process the events of the day. The next morning, I decided I needed to know if this guy was actually law enforcement. I called the Salt Lake City Police Department and asked if they had an Officer Neal on their force. To my shock, they confirmed they did. I didn't provide details of our encounter yet, just asked for information. Over the next few days, back in Salt Lake, I did some research online. What I found made my blood run cold. Officer Michael Neal had been involved in a controversial shooting just 6 months earlier. He had shot an unarmed man during a traffic stop, claiming he thought the man was reaching for a weapon. The department had cleared him, but there were numerous community protests and newspaper articles questioning the shooting. After learning this, I decided to file a formal complaint. I detailed everything that happened at the campsite. Ryan, who had flown back to Minnesota by then, provided a written statement backing up my account. 3 weeks later, I received a call from the department's Internal Affairs Division. They informed me that they had investigated the incident and found no wrongdoing on Officer Neal's part. According to them, we had been aggressive and threatened him with clubs, our lightweight walking poles. They claimed we had been the ones to escalate the situation, and that Officer Neal had acted appropriately given the threat we posed. I was stunned. It was a complete inversion of what had happened. When I tried to contest their findings, explaining that Neal had been drinking and had physically grabbed and thrown my property, the investigator became dismissive. Mr. Miller, you need to understand that camping in an official group site without a reservation is trespassing. Officer Neal was within his rights to ask you to leave property he had legally reserved. I later learned through a Forest Service ranger that the young women's group site is first come, first served during the off-season. It requires no reservation. Neal had no more right to be there than we did, and certainly no authority to remove us. This happened 9 months ago, and I still think about it almost daily. I've gone camping only once since then, and I was on edge the entire time. I keep thinking about how differently that confrontation could have gone. If I had argued more, if I had reached for my own firearm, if Ryan hadn't been there to calm the situation, I might not be here to write this. What scares me most isn't just that encounter, but the realization that came after. Someone with a badge and a gun can abuse their power, lie about what happened, and their word will be taken over yours without question. Officer Neal is still on the force. He's still carrying a gun. And I have no doubt he's still using his badge to intimidate people when no one's watching. I walked away from that campsite with my life that day, but I lost something else, some fundamental trust in the systems that are supposed to protect us. I don't know if I'll ever get that back. Story 11. I've been putting off writing about this for months, but I need to get it out. Maybe someone will have an explanation, though honestly I doubt it. Last summer, my boyfriend Mark and I decided to take a camping trip to Horseshoe Cove Campground near Mount Baker in Washington. We'd been working non-stop for months and desperately needed to unplug. The plan was simple: 5 days of hiking, kayaking on Baker Lake, and sitting around a campfire. Just the reset we needed. We arrived on a Tuesday afternoon in early August. The drive up had been gorgeous, all those tall pines and mountain views. We were excited as we pulled into the campground. Mark had reserved us a spot back in April, which was smart because the place was packed. Families everywhere, kids running around, the smell of campfires and hot dogs, normal summer camping stuff. After setting up our tent and organizing our gear, we decided to check out the campground facilities. Near the restrooms was a bulletin board with the usual information: fire warnings, ranger schedules, trail maps. But there was also a missing person poster that caught my eye. It showed a man in his 40s named Robert Keller who disappeared during a storm at the lake 3 days earlier. Under his photo was a note that he couldn't swim. I remember thinking how scary that must be, to disappear in a place you can't even save yourself. Mark noticed me looking at it and said, That's awful. Hope they find him soon. We both assumed he'd been found by now, or that search teams were looking elsewhere. We spent our first night roasting marshmallows, drinking beer, and planning our activities for the week. No sign that anything was off, just a normal first night camping. The next morning was sunny and warm, perfect for kayaking. We rented a tandem kayak from the small rental shack by the lake. The guy working there was friendly, pointing out good spots to paddle to. He mentioned that the swimming area was especially nice and had buoys marking the safe zone. "Just don't go past the buoys," he warned with a laugh. "Rangers get mad." We pushed off around 10 in the morning. The lake was beautiful, crystal clear blue water surrounded by forests and mountains. Picture perfect. We paddled around for about an hour, taking photos and enjoying the views. Eventually, we decided to head toward the designated swimming area to cool off. As we approached the swimming zone, I noticed several families were already there. Kids splashing, parents watching from the shore, teenagers jumping off a small wooden platform. Everything looked so normal. The swimming area was marked with bright orange buoys in a rough semicircle from the shore, maybe extending 50 yards out. We paddled along the perimeter of the buoys, planning to beach the kayak and join the swimmers. That's when I first noticed the smell. It was faint at first, just an odd, sour note in the air that seemed out of place in the fresh mountain scenery. "Do you smell that?" I asked Mark. He wrinkled his nose. "Yeah, probably dead fish or something." The smell got stronger as we approached the corner of the swimming area farthest from shore. It was definitely coming from near one of the buoys. Curious and a bit concerned, thinking maybe some wildlife had gotten caught in the buoy line, we paddled closer. The water was so clear that day. That's what makes this next part so unbelievable and horrifying. As we got within about 10 feet of the buoy, I looked down into the water and saw what looked like denim. At first, my brain didn't process what I was seeing. Then I realized it was a pair of jeans, and they were on someone. "Mark," I whispered, my voice shaking. "Mark, there's someone under the water." He leaned over to look, and I heard his sharp intake of breath. Oh my God. There, caught beneath the buoy, was a man's body. He was face down, his arms spread out, tangled in what looked like the rope attaching the buoy to whatever anchored it to the lake bottom. His shirt had risen up, exposing his back, which had turned a grayish-blue color. His dark hair waved gently in the water, the worst part. He was only about 3 feet below the surface. 3 feet. And not 20 yards away, children were swimming, completely unaware. People had been swimming here for days, based on what the rental guy had told us. And all that time, this man had been here, trapped under a buoy, marking the safe swimming zone. I felt bile rise in my throat. Mark looked pale, and his hands were shaking on the paddle. We backed away from the buoy as quickly as we could. "We need to tell someone," I said, my voice hardly recognizable to my own ears. Mark nodded, and we paddled back to shore as fast as possible. I kept looking back at that buoy, knowing what was beneath it, terrified that someone would swim over to it and make the same discovery we had. When we reached shore, we pulled the kayak up on the beach and ran to the ranger station. The ranger on duty must have seen the panic on our faces because he stood up immediately. "What's wrong?" he asked. "There's a body," Mark said, his voice cracking, "in the swimming area, under one of the buoys." The ranger's face changed instantly. "Show me where." We led him back to the beach, pointed toward the far buoy and explained what we'd seen. He radioed for assistance, and within minutes 2 more rangers appeared. They took a boat out to the spot we indicated. We stood on the shore watching as they leaned over the side of their boat, looking into the water. One of them made a call on his radio, and soon after the beach was being evacuated. Rangers were asking everyone to leave the water and the beach area. Police arrived about 30 minutes later. They began stringing yellow tape around the beach entrance. A diver went into the water. We were asked to give statements about what we'd seen and how we discovered the body. During our conversation with one of the officers, they confirmed what I had already suspected. It was Robert Keller, the missing man from the poster. They'd been searching for him for 3 days, focusing on areas further out in the lake where he was last seen during the storm. No one had thought to check the swimming area. Why would they? It was supposed to be safe. The officer explained that during the storm, Keller had likely fallen from his boat, and currents had carried him to the swimming area where he became entangled in the buoy line. Since he couldn't swim, he would have drowned quickly. The buoy had kept his body from sinking to the bottom or floating away. By late afternoon, they had recovered the body. We watched from a distance as they brought him to shore in a black bag. I couldn't stop thinking about how many people had been swimming there, completely unaware, how many children had played just yards away from where he'd been trapped. It was too much to process. Mark and I decided we couldn't stay. We just couldn't continue our vacation as planned, not after this. We agreed to pack up the next morning and head home early. That night at our campsite was when things got even stranger. We were subdued, barely talking as we reheated some canned soup for dinner. Neither of us felt like eating much. The campground was quieter than the previous night. Word about the body had spread, and many families had decided to leave. Around 9, we crawled into our tent, emotionally exhausted. I don't know if it was the trauma of the day making me hyper-aware, but I started noticing sounds around our tent that hadn't been there the night before. At first, it was just rustling in the underbrush, the kind of noise you expect in a forest at night. But something about it felt wrong. "Do you hear that?" I whispered to Mark. He was lying on his back, staring at the tent ceiling. "Yeah, probably raccoons or something." But it didn't sound like raccoons foraging. It sounded like something or several somethings moving in a pattern, circling our tent. The rustling would start at one side, move around to the back, then to the other side, and finally to the front before starting over again. Clockwise, always clockwise. "That doesn't sound right," I said. "It sounds deliberate." Mark sat up and listened more carefully. "You're right, that's weird." We turned on our flashlight and unzipped the tent flap to look outside. The beam of light swept across the ground around our tent, illuminating nothing unusual, just fallen pine needles and dirt. The rustling stopped the moment we opened the tent. We closed up again and tried to sleep, but the sounds resumed about 10 minutes later. This time I was sure it wasn't just one animal. It sounded like several small creatures moving together, still in that same circular pattern. "Rats, maybe?" Mark suggested, though he didn't sound convinced. "Since when do rats travel in packs and circle tents?" I asked. We opened the tent again, faster this time, hoping to catch whatever it was. Again, nothing visible, and again the sounds stopped immediately. This happened 3 more times. Each time we looked, we saw nothing. Each time we retreated into the tent, the circling resumed, clockwise, methodical, purposeful. Around midnight, a new sound joined the rustling, a soft, chittering noise that made the hair on my arms stand up. It wasn't any animal sound I recognized. It was almost communicative, like whatever was out there was talking to each other, planning something. "I'm really freaked out," I admitted to Mark. I was clutching my sleeping bag up to my chin, like a child afraid of monsters under the bed. "Me too," he said. "This is fucked up." We decided to turn on some music on Mark's phone, hoping to drown out the sounds or scare away whatever was making them. It didn't help. The rustling and chittering continued beneath the music, somehow seeming even more determined. At one point, something brushed against the side of our tent, a light touch that moved from bottom to top in one smooth motion. It wasn't the wind. There was no wind that night. The air was completely still. "That's it," Mark said. "We're leaving. Now." It was after 1 in the morning, but we didn't care. We hurriedly packed our sleeping bags and the few items we had in the tent. When we unzipped the tent to exit, the sounds stopped again. We swept our flashlights around but saw nothing. The campground was dark and quiet as we quickly dismantled our tent and threw everything haphazardly into the car. The entire time I felt like we were being watched, not by people, by something else. Every few seconds, I'd swing my flashlight toward the trees surrounding our campsite, but never caught sight of anything. We were about to get in the car when we heard it. A splash from the direction of the lake, then another and another, like multiple small things entering the water in quick succession. "Let's go," Mark said, his voice tight with fear. We drove out of the campground at 1:30 in the morning, headlights cutting through the darkness, neither of us saying much. We were about a mile from the campground when Mark suddenly hit the brakes. "What's wrong?" I asked. He was staring straight ahead, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. I followed his gaze and felt my blood turn cold. Crossing the road in front of us was a line of small, dark shapes. In the headlights, they looked like rats, but they moved with an unnatural coordination, equidistant from each other, all the same size, all moving at exactly the same speed. There must have been 20 of them. The last one stopped in the middle of the road and turned toward our car. Its eyes caught the light and shone red for a moment, before it continued on, disappearing into the darkness on the other side. We sat there for a full minute, unable to speak. Then Mark put the car in gear and we continued driving. We didn't stop until we reached a motel about 50 miles away. I've spent months trying to make sense of what happened. The body under the buoy was real. It was in the local news the next day. Robert Keller, age 47, found drowned in Baker Lake after going missing during a storm. The article mentioned that a vacationing couple discovered the body but didn't name us. But the events of that night at our campsite, I have no explanation. Was it just the trauma of finding a dead body making us paranoid? Were we jumping at normal forest sounds because our nerves were shot? I've tried to convince myself that's all it was. But deep down, I don't believe it. There was something deliberate about those movements around our tent, something purposeful about those creatures crossing the road, something that felt connected to the drowned man. I can't shake the feeling that we weren't supposed to find him, that whatever was at Horseshoe Cove didn't want us there, that by discovering Robert Keller's body, we'd somehow disturbed something that had claimed him. Mark and I don't talk about it much anymore. We broke up a couple months after the trip, not directly because of what happened, but I think it played a part. Some experiences are hard to share, even with someone you love. I still have nightmares about that buoy, gently bobbing on the surface while beneath it, a man's body sways in the current. And sometimes, in the darkest part of the night, I think I hear that chittering sound outside my window, like something followed us home and is still circling, waiting for its chance. I will never go back to Mount Baker or Horseshoe Cove. Some places, once you disturb them, never let you go completely. Story 12. I've been putting off writing about this for months because, honestly, I still get chills thinking about it. But I need to get this off my chest, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can make sense of what happened that night. Last summer, my friends and I decided to go camping in the Rockies. Not your typical campground setup with designated fire pits and neighboring tents within shouting distance. We wanted something remote, untouched, something adventurous. God, I wish we'd just gone to a regular campsite. There were 8 of us. Me, Lucas, my girlfriend Sarah, my buddy Mike and his girlfriend Jen, our friends Tyler, Chris, Amanda and Dave. We'd all been friends since college, and we tried to do one big outdoor trip every summer. This time Mike had found this spot deep in the Rockies at around 10,000 feet elevation. He'd been there once with his dad years ago and remembered it being pristine, a small clearing next to a stream surrounded by dense pine forest with no trails leading directly to it. It took us nearly 4 hours of hiking from where we parked our cars to reach the spot. The hike itself was brutal, steep terrain, no marked paths, just Mike's somewhat dubious navigation skills and a topographic map. By the time we arrived, the sun was already starting to dip behind the mountains. The location was perfect, exactly as Mike had described it. Completely isolated, not another human for miles. We quickly set up our 4 tents in a semicircle around what would be our fire pit. Tyler and Chris gathered firewood while the rest of us unpacked our supplies and set up camp. The temperature was already dropping fast as the sun disappeared. That high up, even summer nights get seriously cold. By 9 p.m., we had a roaring fire going. We'd cooked our dinner, dehydrated camping meals, not great, but they do the job. And we were passing around a bottle of Maker's Mark that Dave had packed in. The mood was amazing. Stars were out in full force. You don't get skies like that in the city. And we were all riding that perfect buzz of whiskey, good company, and being totally disconnected from the world. Mike was in the middle of some ridiculous story about his boss when it happened. One second we were alone in our little circle of firelight, and the next he was just there, standing at the edge of the firelight. No sound, no warning, just suddenly present, as if he'd materialized out of the darkness. At first, my brain couldn't process what I was seeing. A man, shirtless despite the freezing temperature, standing motionless about 15 feet from our fire. He had a hunting rifle slung across his back. His chest and face were streaked with what looked like dirt or maybe ash. But it was his eyes that made my blood run cold. They were empty, not vacant like he was zoned out, but hollow, like whatever made him human had been scooped out. Sarah noticed him a split second after I did and grabbed my arm so hard it left bruises. The conversation around the fire died instantly. Everyone froze. For what felt like minutes but was probably only 30 seconds, this stranger just stood there, scanning all of our faces one by one, not saying a word, not moving except to shift his gaze from person to person. I remember thinking, say something, ask what he wants, tell him to leave. But my voice was trapped somewhere in my chest, and my body felt like it was made of stone. Finally, after looking at each of us, he took 3 steps backward into the darkness. No expression change, no words. Just a slow retreat until the night swallowed him completely. For several seconds after he disappeared, nobody moved or spoke. Then everyone started talking at once. What the fuck was that? Did you see the rifle? How did he get here without making any noise? Why wasn't he wearing a shirt? It's freezing. Amanda was on the verge of tears. Dave immediately grabbed a large piece of firewood, holding it like a club. Tyler suggested we pack up right then and try to hike out with our headlamps. But Chris, always the voice of reason, pointed out that hiking through unfamiliar mountain terrain in the dark was probably more dangerous than staying put until morning. We decided to stay, but nobody was going to sleep. We agreed to keep the fire going as bright as possible all night and take shifts keeping watch, 2 people awake at all times. I volunteered for the first shift with Mike. Dave and Tyler would take second, Chris and Amanda third, and then Sarah and Jen would take the last shift before dawn. Everyone except Mike and me retreated to their tents, but I doubt anyone actually slept. Mike and I sat with our backs to the fire, facing different directions, scanning the darkness beyond the firelight. We spoke in whispers. How the hell did he get so close without us hearing him? I asked. I don't know, man. There's deadfall and pine needles everywhere. Even a deer makes noise moving through this stuff. And what's with the no shirt? It's got to be close to freezing already. Mike just shook his head, adding another log to the fire. Something's not right with that guy. Did you see his eyes? I nodded, not wanting to discuss it further. About an hour into our watch, we heard it. A twig snap in the darkness, maybe 30 yards to our right. Mike and I both instinctively moved closer to the fire, grabbing our flashlights and pointing them toward the sound. The beams cut through the darkness, but illuminated nothing but trees. "Hello?" Mike called out, his voice sounding small in the vast darkness. We see you out there. What do you want? No response. 10 minutes later, another sound, this time from almost directly behind us, on the other side of the fire. Footsteps crunching softly on pine needles, moving steadily. By the time we spun around, the sound had stopped. This pattern continued throughout our entire shift. Sounds coming from different directions, never close enough to see anything, but always close enough to hear clearly. Whoever was out there was circling our camp, keeping just beyond the reach of our light. When it was time to wake Dave and Tyler for the second shift, I was almost relieved to crawl into my tent with Sarah. She was wide awake, clutching her pocket knife. "He's still out there," I whispered. "Moving around the camp." She nodded, her face pale in the dim light that filtered through the tent fabric from the fire. "I've been listening. It's like he's studying us or something." I tried to sound confident. "He's probably just some weirdo who lives out here. Maybe he's mentally ill or a hermit. As long as we stay by the fire, we're fine." Even as I said it, I didn't believe it. Something about this felt deliberate, predatory. I must have dozed off at some point despite my fear, because I was jolted awake by Tyler's voice outside our tent. "Guys, he's right there! I can see him!" Sarah and I scrambled out of our tent to find Tyler pointing his flashlight at the tree line. For a brief moment, the beam caught a human figure standing between two pines about 40 yards away, just standing, watching. As soon as the light hit him, he stepped sideways behind a tree and vanished. "Did you see that?" Tyler's voice was shaking. "He's been doing that for the last 20 minutes, just appearing and disappearing." Dave was desperately trying to call someone on his cell phone, but of course there was no signal this far out. "We need to make noise," Chris suggested, as he and Amanda emerged from their tent. "Show him we're not afraid." So we tried that, shouting into the darkness, banging pots together, even playing music loudly from the one Bluetooth speaker we'd brought. The noises from the forest stopped during our commotion, but as soon as we quieted down, they began again. Closer this time. The third shift was Chris and Amanda's, and they reported the same thing, movements in the darkness, the occasional glimpse of a figure, and at one point they swore they could hear him breathing just beyond the firelight. By the time Sarah and Jen took the last shift before dawn, we were all awake, huddled around the fire in a tight circle. The sky was beginning to lighten slightly, that deep blue that comes before true dawn, when Jen suddenly pointed. There, about 20 yards away, partially hidden behind a tree, was our visitor. In the greyish pre-dawn light, he looked even more disturbing than he had in the firelight. His skin was ghostly pale beneath the smears of dirt, his ribs clearly visible. The hunting rifle was still slung across his back, and his eyes. In the growing light, they looked black and fathomless. He stood there watching us for nearly a minute as we all stared back, frozen in place. Then, as the first true rays of sunlight began to cut through the trees, he turned and walked away, not hurrying, just a casual, unhurried pace, as if he'd merely stopped by to borrow a cup of sugar. We didn't wait to see if he'd come back. We broke camp in record time, leaving behind anything that wasn't essential. The hike back to our vehicles was tense and silent, everyone constantly looking over their shoulders. When we finally got cell service, I called the park rangers and reported what had happened. The ranger who took my call seemed concerned and said they'd send someone to check out the area, but he also mentioned that particular section of the mountains was technically outside their jurisdiction. It was national forest land, not park land. I never heard anything more about it. Maybe they found him, maybe they didn't. I've called a few times to follow up, but always get vague responses about ongoing investigations. It's been months now, and I still wake up in the middle of the night thinking about those empty eyes watching us from the darkness. I've tried researching missing persons in that area, looking for anyone who might match his description, but found nothing conclusive. My friends and I don't talk about the trip much. We all went camping again last month, but at a developed campground with other people nearby. Nobody suggested going back to the backcountry. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if we'd tried to approach him, or if we'd packed up and left that night. Would he have followed us? Was he trying to scare us away from something? Was he dangerous or just disturbed? I don't have answers to any of these questions. All I know for certain is that I'm never going back to that part of the Rockies again. Some places should just be left alone, and whatever or whoever is out there can have that clearing to themselves. Story 13. I've never shared this story with anyone outside my immediate family. Even now, 23 years later, typing this makes my hands shake. I keep telling myself it was just childhood imagination, but deep down, I know what I saw that night at my uncle's farmhouse was real. My name is Emma. When I was 8, my parents would often take my younger brother Tyler and me to visit my dad's brother in Oak Ridge Falls. My uncle Robert had bought this ancient farmhouse that looked like something right out of an old painting. Weathered wooden siding, wraparound porch with a swing, creaky floorboards and all. It sat on about 5 acres of land with a barn out back that housed a couple of horses and some farm equipment. Uncle Robert had 4 kids, James, who was 12, the twins Sarah and Michael, 10, and little Annie, 6. We loved going over because having cousins meant endless entertainment. Our parents would sit in the kitchen drinking coffee or beers on the porch while we'd run wild through the house and property. The farmhouse had this strange layout. It had clearly been added onto over the decades, with rooms that connected in odd ways and hallways that seemed to go nowhere. There was this one bedroom on the 2nd floor that had been converted into a playroom specifically for us kids. It was filled with toys, board games, stuffed animals, and even an old TV with a VCR where we'd watch Disney movies. The room had this massive antique wardrobe, a couple of bookshelves, and a toy chest that Uncle Robert had made himself. We loved that room. But something wasn't right about it. I first noticed it about 3 months after they'd moved in. We were playing with some toy cars, racing them across the wooden floor, when my car suddenly veered off to the side, toward the center of the room. I thought nothing of it. The house was old, the floors weren't level. But then Tyler's car did the same thing, and then another, always toward the middle of the room, as if something was pulling them there. "The floor must be sloped," James said, being the oldest and always trying to sound smart. But I remember looking at the wooden blocks we had stacked in the corner. They weren't leaning, they were perfectly straight. A few weeks later, we were back for another visit. I'd brought my favorite stuffed animal, a lion I'd named Rory. Original, I know. I was really protective of him. During that visit, I remember we all went downstairs for lunch, but I didn't want to leave Rory where the younger kids might grab him. So I put him in one of the small cabinets in the bookshelf and actually used a little toy lock to keep it closed. When I came back upstairs, maybe 40 minutes later, the lock was on the floor, the cabinet was open, and Rory was sitting in the middle of the room. I immediately accused James of messing with my stuff. He was at that age where annoying younger cousins was a hobby. "I didn't touch your stupid lion," he said. "I was in my room the whole time. Ask Sarah." Sarah confirmed that James had been blasting music in his room during lunch. I asked the other kids, but everyone denied moving my toy. My mom told me I probably just forgot where I put it, but I knew where I'd put Rory. I wasn't crazy. Over the next few months, more weird things happened. Toys would be rearranged when no one was in the room. Books would fall off shelves. Once we came upstairs to find every single doll and action figure lined up in the center of the room, all facing the door. My aunt just laughed and said Annie must be playing games again, but Annie swore it wasn't her. The worst part was the temperature. That room was always cold, even in the middle of summer when the rest of the house was sweltering. Uncle Robert had checked the ventilation, the windows, everything. He couldn't figure it out. My aunt just started keeping extra blankets in there. But what happened during our Thanksgiving visit when I was 9 is what still haunts me. It was late November, and Oak Ridge Falls was covered in an early snow. The farmhouse looked beautiful but eerie, like something out of a black and white movie. My parents had decided we'd stay overnight since the drive back was about 3 hours, and they wanted to have a few drinks with my aunt and uncle. The sleeping arrangements were tight, with 4 extra people. Tyler got to sleep on a trundle bed in Michael's room. My parents took the guest room downstairs, and I was going to share the bottom bunk with Annie, while Sarah took the top bunk in the girls' room. The day had been normal. We played outside in the snow, had a huge meal, watched football, and then played board games until bedtime. Nothing strange happened in the playroom that day, which was unusual, but I remember feeling relieved about it. After brushing our teeth and changing into pajamas, Annie and I climbed into the bottom bunk of her bed. Sarah was already up top, reading with a flashlight. The room was dark, except for a small nightlight near the door. Annie was afraid of the dark. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. All I know is that Annie was shaking my arm. "Emma," she whispered. "Emma, there's someone in the hallway." I was groggy at first, annoyed that she'd woken me up. "It's probably just your mom checking on us," I mumbled. "No," Annie said, her voice trembling. "Look." I propped myself up on my elbow and looked toward the doorway. The door was cracked open about halfway, and through that opening I could see part of the hallway illuminated by the nightlight in the room. That's when I saw it. A tall, dark silhouette was moving slowly down the hallway toward our room. At first, I thought it was Uncle Robert. It had the same broad shoulders and height as him. But as it got closer to our door, I noticed something that made my blood go cold. It had eyes, bright, glowing red eyes, not like little pinpricks of light, but actual glowing orbs where eyes should be. They weren't reflecting light, they were generating it. I could see the red glow casting faint shadows on the wall of the hallway. I squeezed Annie's hand so hard, she let out a little gasp. I wanted to scream, to call for help, but my voice was frozen in my throat. I couldn't make a sound. The figure stopped right outside our door. It just stood there, those horrible red eyes staring into the room. I couldn't see a face, just darkness with those eyes burning through it. It was like looking at a person-shaped hole in reality. Annie was shaking violently beside me. I couldn't tell if Sarah was awake in the top bunk. I prayed she was asleep. I didn't want her to see this too. The figure stood there for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds. Then slowly, it turned its head toward the playroom across the hall. It took 2 steps toward that room, and then, I swear this is true, it seemed to glide the rest of the way, like its feet weren't touching the ground anymore. I heard the door to the playroom creak open, and then silence. Annie was crying silently next to me, tears streaming down her face. I was frozen, unable to move, afraid that if I did, the figure would come back. "Did you see it?" I finally whispered. Annie nodded frantically. "It looked like Grandpa Joe," she whispered back. That sent another chill through me because she was right. The silhouette did have the same shape as our grandfather, who had died 3 years earlier. Same height, same broad shoulders, same way of walking. But Grandpa Joe never had red eyes, and he certainly couldn't glide across floors. We sat there, huddled together, too terrified to get up and too afraid to call for help. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and we fell into a fitful sleep. The next morning, I tried to tell my mom what happened, but she just smiled sympathetically and said, "That's what happens when you watch scary movies before bed." But we hadn't watched any scary movies, not a single one. I asked Annie if she remembered what we saw, half hoping she'd say it was just a dream. But her face went pale, and she just nodded, unwilling to talk about it. Later that day, while the adults were busy cleaning up from breakfast, I snuck into the playroom. I don't know what I expected to find. Maybe some sign of whatever had been in there the night before. The room was freezing cold, way colder than the hallway or any other room in the house. And in the center of the room, perfectly arranged in a circle, were all the toys that had been scattered around the day before. In the middle of that circle was my lion, Rory, which was strange because I distinctly remembered packing him in my overnight bag before going to bed. I grabbed Rory and ran out of there as fast as I could. I begged my parents to leave early that day. I made up some excuse about homework I'd forgotten. They were confused but eventually gave in when they saw how upset I was. As we drove away from the farmhouse, I looked back through the rear window. I swear I saw a face watching us from the playroom window. Not a human face, but something darker, with two glowing points where eyes should be. 6 months later, my parents divorced. My dad moved across the country, and we lost touch with his side of the family. I didn't see my cousins or visit that farmhouse again for over 15 years. Last year, I got a Facebook message from James. His parents were selling the farmhouse and having a final family gathering there. He wanted to know if Tyler and I would come. I made up an excuse about work. The real reason? I can't step foot in that house again. Not after what I saw, not after those red eyes. Sometimes I wonder if my cousins experienced other things after we stopped visiting. Part of me wants to ask, but a bigger part is afraid of what they might tell me. I wonder if that figure is still there, still walking the hallway at night, still watching with those terrible red eyes. I've tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, just a kid letting fear get the better of her. But then I remember Annie saw it too. I remember the toys in the circle. I remember Rory, somehow transported from my bag to the center of that circle. And I know whatever was in that farmhouse in Oak Ridge Falls wasn't imagination. It was something else, something that looked like my grandfather but wasn't him, something with glowing red eyes that still haunts my nightmares. I'll never go back there. Some doors once opened can't be closed again. And whatever door was opened in that playroom, whatever came through, I hope it stayed there when my aunt and uncle moved out. But sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I swear I can feel someone watching me with red, glowing eyes. And I wonder if it followed me after all. Story 14. I've been staying with my aunt, uncle, and cousin for the past 3 weeks, and I swear I'm never spending another night in that house again. I'm 17, and I was only supposed to stay with them until I finished my last semester of high school here in Westfield County. My mom got a job opportunity in Seattle that couldn't wait, but I didn't want to switch schools with only a few weeks left before graduation. Seemed like a perfect arrangement at first. I'd stay with my Aunt Caroline, Uncle Mark, and my 11-year-old cousin Harriet in their historic plantation home. Yeah, plantation home. Should have been my first clue to run the other way. I've always known this place was old. It dates back to before the Civil War, when it was an actual working plantation with slaves and everything. It's been in my uncle's family for generations, and they've been slowly renovating it room by room. The house has this weird layout with 2 separate staircases, one grand staircase at the front of the house that leads up to the family bedrooms, and a narrow, steep staircase at the back that used to lead to what they call the servants' quarters. When I arrived, Uncle Mark made it clear that the back staircase was off limits because they were in the middle of renovating that section. There was plastic sheeting covering the entrance to that staircase, and a makeshift plywood door with a padlock. "Construction zone," he said with a laugh. "Trust me, you don't want to go up there anyway. Lots of dust, exposed wiring, the works." Harriet, my cousin, has always been a weird kid. Within the first 2 days of my stay, she was already telling me stories about the house's history, specifically about 2 sisters who lived here during the plantation days. The master's daughter and the slave girl used to play together, she told me, while we were eating breakfast one morning. They weren't supposed to, but they did, until something bad happened. "What happened?" I asked, not really paying attention as I scrolled through my phone. "The master's daughter pushed the other girl down the back staircase," Harriet said with this creepy little smile. "She died, and now she walks in circles upstairs." I rolled my eyes. "Who told you that?" "Nobody. I saw her." Harriet shrugged and went back to eating her cereal like she hadn't just claimed to see a ghost. I figured it was just Harriet being Harriet. She's always been the type to make up stories for attention. I didn't think anything of it until 5 days ago when everything went to hell. My uncle got a call that my dad had tested positive for COVID-19. Since I'd had dinner with him the night before I came to stay with them, my aunt and uncle decided to take Harriet and themselves to their lake house for a few days while I quarantined at the main house. I was fine with that. I'd been wanting some privacy anyway. I assured them I'd be careful, and they left enough food and supplies for the weekend. The first night alone was actually pretty nice. I had the whole place to myself, could play music as loud as I wanted, didn't have to worry about Harriet barging into my room to show me her doll collection or whatever. By midnight, I was curled up in bed watching Netflix when I heard it for the first time. Thud. Just a single dull thud from somewhere in the house. I paused my show and listened. Old houses make noises all the time, right? Probably just the pipes or the foundation settling. 10 minutes later, thud. This time, it sounded like it came from upstairs, which was weird because I was already on the second floor in the guest bedroom. There shouldn't be anything above me except the attic, and the attic access was in the hallway, not directly above any room. I tried to ignore it and go back to my show, but the thuds kept coming. Every few minutes, like clockwork. Thud, thud, thud. By 2 in the morning, I was sitting upright in bed, wide awake, listening to those thuds that now seemed to be getting louder. I texted my aunt. "Is there anything that could be making noise in the house, like an HVAC timer or something?" She replied almost immediately, which was weird for that time of night. "The house makes noises sometimes. Nothing to worry about. Try to get some sleep." That didn't help at all. The thuds continued, and by 3 in the morning, I was too freaked out to stay in bed. I turned on all the lights in my room and the hallway and decided to try to find the source of the noise. The thuds were definitely coming from somewhere upstairs, above the second floor where I was. I remembered the servants' quarters that Uncle Mark had mentioned being off-limits due to renovation. Could there be some equipment up there that was malfunctioning? Maybe something had been left running. I followed the sound to the back of the house where the narrow staircase was located. The plywood door was still there, but I noticed the padlock was hanging open. Maybe Uncle Mark had forgotten to lock it when they left in a hurry. I hesitated for a long moment. The thuds continued overhead. Thud, thud, thud. Like someone taking a single step and then pausing, or like someone dropping something over and over. I don't know what came over me, but I pulled the plywood door open and shined my phone's flashlight up the narrow staircase. The stairs themselves were wooden, worn in the middle from centuries of feet. There was construction dust everywhere, and plastic sheeting hung at the top of the stairs, blocking my view of whatever was beyond. The thuds were definitely coming from up there. "Hello?" I called out, immediately feeling stupid. "Is someone there?" No response, except another thud. I should have turned around right then. I should have called the police, or at least woken up a neighbor. But instead, I started climbing those stairs, holding onto the rickety handrail, my phone flashlight illuminating the dust particles floating in the air. When I reached the top, I pushed aside the plastic sheeting and found myself in a long, narrow hallway. It was pitch black, except for my flashlight beam, and the air felt heavy and stale. There were doorways along the hall, some with doors and some without. All the modern construction materials, sawhorses, paint cans, tools, were gathered at the far end, but the thuds weren't coming from there. They were coming from behind the second door on the left. My heart was hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat as I approached that door. The thuds continued, but now that I was closer, I could hear something else between them. A soft, shuffling sound, like fabric dragging across the floor. I pushed the door open with my fingertips, holding my breath. The room was empty of furniture, except for what looked like an old metal bed frame leaning against one wall. There were no windows, just bare walls with peeling wallpaper, and in the center of the room was a woman. At first I thought someone had broken in. She was tall and impossibly thin, wearing what looked like a tattered dress that hung from her frame. Her hair was long and stringy, dark against her pale skin, and she was walking. No, not walking. She was making a perfect circle in the middle of the room, taking one step, then stopping, then taking another step. Thud, stop, thud, stop. I stood frozen in the doorway, my flashlight beam illuminating her. She hadn't noticed me yet, too focused on her circular path, moving with mechanical precision. Then my flashlight flickered, and she stopped mid-step. The sound her neck made when she turned to look at me will haunt me forever. A dry, cracking noise, like someone breaking a bundle of twigs. It wasn't a smooth motion. Her head rotated toward me while her body remained facing forward, twisting at an impossible angle. Her face, God, her face. Her eyes were sunken so deep I couldn't see them, just dark hollows where they should have been. Her mouth was open slightly, lips pulled back in what wasn't quite a smile. I screamed, I couldn't help it. And when I screamed, she moved. Not walking, but somehow suddenly closer to me, her body still oriented in that impossible way, head twisted toward me, arms hanging limp at her sides. I dropped my phone and ran. I don't even remember going down the stairs. I just remember suddenly being at the bottom, slamming the plywood door shut and jamming the padlock through the latch. I ran to the bathroom on the first floor, locked the door, and huddled in the bathtub with all the lights on. I stayed there until morning, too terrified to move, listening for thuds that never came again. When the sun finally rose, I called my aunt. "There's someone in the servants' quarters," I said, my voice shaking. "I heard noises and went to check, and there's a woman up there." There was a long pause on the other end of the line. Then my aunt said, in the most casual voice imaginable, "Oh, so you met Maggie? Don't mind her. It's best to ignore her. She won't hurt you. She just likes to scare people." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "What do you mean, Maggie? There's a person in your house." "Not a person, sweetie," my aunt said gently. "Maggie's been in that house longer than any of us. She doesn't bother us much anymore. Just stay out of the servants' quarters and you'll be fine." I was stunned into silence. My aunt spoke about this thing like it was a quirky neighbor or a harmless pest. "We'll be back tonight," she added. "Try not to think about it too much." I spent the rest of the day sitting on the front porch, refusing to go back inside except to use the bathroom, and even then I ran in and out as quickly as possible. When my aunt, uncle, and Harriet returned that evening, they acted like nothing was wrong. Uncle Mark asked me about my COVID symptoms. I had none. And Aunt Caroline made dinner like it was any other day. It wasn't until we were eating that Harriet looked at me with that same creepy smile and said, "Did you see Maggie walking in her circle? That's all she does. She can't stop until she reaches the end." "Harriet, enough," my uncle said firmly. "You know we don't talk about house things at the dinner table." "House things?" I repeated. "You mean the fact that there's something living in your attic and you never thought to mention it to me?" My aunt sighed. "It's not the attic, it's the servants' quarters, and we did mention it. We told you it was off limits." "Because of renovation work," I said, my voice rising. "Not because it's haunted. We prefer to say the house has historical residents," my uncle said calmly. "It's not just Maggie. There's also—" "Mark, please," my aunt interrupted. "Lily doesn't need to know all the details." I pushed my plate away. "What details? How many historical residents are there?" "Just a few," Harriet said. "Maggie is the one who walks in circles. She was a slave girl who—" "Harriet!" Both adults snapped at once. I stood up from the table. "I want to go home. Now." "Don't be dramatic," my aunt said. "You've been here for weeks already, and nothing has bothered you until now. They stay in their part of the house. We stay in ours. That's the arrangement." "What arrangement?" I demanded. My uncle cleared his throat. "The renovation isn't exactly what we told you. We're not renovating to fix up the servants' quarters. We're renovating to connect certain parts of the house. A chill ran through me. Connect them to what? To my room, Harriet said excitedly. They're taking down the wall between my closet and the back stairs so I can visit whenever I want. I stared at them in horror. You're connecting your 11-year-old daughter's bedroom to a place where a ghost walks in circles. Maggie isn't dangerous, my aunt insisted. None of them are if you respect them. They're part of the house's history. We've learned to live with them, and they've learned to live with us. I slept in my car that night. I refused to go back inside except to use the bathroom. And even then, I made my aunt stand outside the door waiting for me. The next morning, I called my mom and told her I was coming to Seattle early. I made up some excuse about wanting to help her get settled, anything to get away from that house. As I was packing my things, with the bedroom door firmly locked, Harriet came to say goodbye. She slipped a folded piece of paper into my hand. "It's a picture of Maggie," she whispered. "I drew it so you'd remember her." I didn't look at it until I was 50 miles away, stopped at a gas station. The drawing showed a stick figure walking in a circle with arrows indicating the direction. Around the circle, Harriet had written the same word over and over, unfinished. I called her later that day when I stopped for lunch. "What does unfinished mean in your drawing?" I asked. "That's what Maggie is saying when she walks," Harriet replied, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. "She can't finish her circle. That's why she keeps trying." "Why can't she finish it?" There was a pause, and then Harriet said in a quiet voice, "Because someone's standing in her way. But don't worry. When they take down the wall to my closet, I'm going to help her finish. Then she can rest." I hung up and blocked their number. I haven't spoken to any of them since. I'm in Seattle now, safe in my mom's new apartment, but I can't sleep without seeing Maggie's face, hearing that awful crack as her neck turned. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I hear thuds from somewhere in the building. But what scares me most is thinking about that wall coming down, the one between Harriet's closet and the servants' quarters. I keep wondering what will happen when it does. Will Maggie stay in her circle? Or will she finally find a way to finish what she started? I don't think I want to know the answer. Story 15. I never really believed in ghosts or the paranormal until what happened in my family's home. We've lived in Schwarzwald Manor for generations. It's this massive old house in rural Bavaria that's been standing for over 2 centuries. My grandfather, Heinrich, used to tell us stories about the place, but I always thought he was just trying to scare us kids. Now I know better. I've been staying at the manor to sort through my father's things after his passing 3 months ago. The house has been in our family since my grandfather Heinrich bought it in the 1960s, but its history goes way back. During World War II, it served as a makeshift refuge for soldiers. There's this story about one soldier who vanished without a trace, like he walked into one of the rooms and never walked out again. When my grandfather bought the place, he converted it into a restaurant for a while before keeping it as our family home. Yesterday started like any normal day. I woke up around 7 in the morning to the sound of rain hitting my bedroom window. The old house always creaks and groans when it rains, so I didn't think much of the noises at first. I got up, made some coffee in the ancient kitchen. We've renovated parts of the house over the years, but many original features remain, and sat down to continue going through boxes of old photographs and documents. Around 10, I found this old journal of my grandfather's. I never knew he kept one, and reading his neat, careful handwriting gave me an eerie feeling, like he was there in the room with me. The journal detailed things I'd heard whispers about but never fully understood. Specifically, it talked about the cross. According to his journal, sometime in the early 1970s, he found an old wooden cross in the garbage behind the property. It was ornately carved, but badly damaged. Something about it fascinated him, and instead of leaving it there, he brought it inside and spent weeks restoring it. He wrote that he felt compelled to fix it, almost like it was calling to him. As I was reading this, the lights in the study flickered. Just once, but enough to make me look up. The rain had stopped, and the house had gone completely silent. That silence, it was unnatural, like the whole place was holding its breath. I kept reading. Grandpa wrote that after he finished restoring the cross, weird things started happening. The religious pictures on the walls, we've always had these old paintings of Mary and Jesus around the house, began moving. Not falling, but swaying, even when there was no draft. The house would shake sometimes, but there were never earthquakes reported in the area. I was so engrossed in reading that I didn't notice the temperature dropping until I could see my breath in front of my face. It was August. It shouldn't have been cold enough for that. I looked up from the journal and nearly fell out of my chair. The picture of Jesus on the wall opposite me was tilted. I know. It had been straight just minutes before. I got up to fix it, and as I touched the frame, the entire house seemed to sigh. That's the only way I can describe it, like some massive creature taking a breath. The floorboards creaked in sequence, from the front door all the way to where I was standing, like invisible footsteps. I dropped the journal and ran out of the room. Maybe it was childish, but I did what I always did when I was scared as a kid. I went to the kitchen. It's the brightest, most normal feeling room in the whole house. I made another coffee and tried to calm down. I told myself it was just the old house settling, that my imagination was running wild after reading those stories. After about 20 minutes, I felt calm enough to go back and get the journal. I needed to know the rest of the story. Grandpa wrote that the events got so bad that he decided to take the cross out of the house. He attached it to an old oak tree at the edge of our property. According to him, ever since that day, there's been a constant fog around that tree, even on the clearest days. I've seen it myself. This patch of mist that never seems to disperse. We just always called it the foggy corner and never thought much about it. Then I read about my grandmother Elsa. She died of cancer when I was very young, so I barely remember her. According to Grandpa's journal, a week after her funeral, he received a call from her phone number. This was in the mid-1990s. Her phone had been disconnected after her death. When he answered, all he could hear was labored breathing, and then the line went dead. He wrote that he knew somehow it was Elsa trying to reach him. The kitchen light flickered again, and I felt that same chill from earlier. I decided to check the fuse box, which is in the basement. I hate our basement. It's unfinished, with stone walls and a dirt floor in some parts. The stairs creak so badly that everyone in the house always knows when someone's going down there. As I reached the bottom step, I froze. There was a sound coming from the far corner, a soft, rhythmic tapping. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. I fumbled for the light switch, but when I flipped it, nothing happened. The single bulb hanging from the ceiling remained dark. I used my phone's flashlight instead and made my way to the fuse box. Everything looked normal. No tripped switches. The tapping had stopped, but now I could swear I heard breathing. Not my own panicked breaths, but slower, calmer ones, like someone standing right behind me. I spun around. Nothing there. But as my light swept across the basement, it caught something on the wall I'd never noticed before. Carved into one of the stone blocks was a small cross, identical to the one Grandpa had described finding and restoring. I took a photo with my phone, but the moment I did, my phone died. It had been at 80% battery. I ran back upstairs, not bothering to be quiet on those creaky steps. Back in the kitchen, I plugged in my phone, but it wouldn't turn on. I tried making another coffee to settle my nerves, but the machine wouldn't work either. In fact, I realized the power was out in the entire house, despite the fuse box appearing normal. I decided to go find the cross that Grandpa had attached to the tree. I'd seen it countless times growing up, but never paid much attention to it. Now I needed to see it up close. As I walked across our property toward the foggy corner, I noticed how unnaturally quiet it was. No birds singing, no insects buzzing, not even the sound of wind in the trees. Just dead silence. The fog was there, just like always, surrounding one specific oak tree. As I got closer, the mist seemed to retreat slightly as if making way for me. And there it was, the cross. It looked ancient, much older than the 1970s when Grandpa found it. The wood was dark and deeply carved with symbols I didn't recognize. And despite being outdoors for decades, it showed no signs of weathering. I reached out to touch it, and just before my fingers made contact, I heard a voice behind me say, "I wouldn't do that." I nearly jumped out of my skin and turned around to see our elderly neighbor, Mr. Weber, standing at the edge of the property. He's lived next door for as long as I can remember. "That cross has a history," he said, walking closer. "Your grandfather should have left it where he found it." Back inside the house, Mr. Weber told me things about my family that I never knew. He said the house wasn't just a refuge during the war, it was a field hospital, and many soldiers died here. The one who disappeared? According to Mr. Weber, he didn't disappear at all. He died, but his body was never properly buried because they had to evacuate quickly when enemy forces advanced. "Your grandfather disturbed something when he brought that cross inside," Mr. Weber said. "Some things are thrown away for a reason." After Mr. Weber left, the power came back on suddenly. My phone started working again too, but when I checked the photo I'd taken of the carved cross in the basement, it was completely black. I went back to reading Grandpa's journal. The entries after Grandma's death became increasingly erratic. He wrote about knocking sounds that would move around the house, footsteps in empty hallways, doors opening on their own. He tried to document it with cameras, but they would inexplicably fall over or stop working at crucial moments. The last entry in his journal was dated just a week before he died in 2015. He wrote, "It's not just Elsa anymore. There are others. I think they were here all along. The cross wasn't the beginning. It was just a key that opened a door. And now, I don't know how to close it." I was sitting at the kitchen table, the journal open in front of me, when the landline phone rang. We keep it connected even though nobody uses it anymore. The caller ID showed unknown, and something told me not to answer it, but I did anyway. At first, there was nothing but static. Then, faintly, I heard what sounded like many voices whispering simultaneously, too quietly for me to make out words. And then a single voice, clearer than the rest, a woman's voice that said, "Heinrich," before the line went dead. My grandfather's name. The caller was asking for my grandfather. I slammed the phone down and stood up so quickly I knocked over my chair. That's when I noticed the time. It was already past 8 in the evening. I'd been reading for hours without realizing it, and the house had grown dark around me. I turned on every light I could find and tried to call my sister, who lives in Munich, but the call wouldn't go through. I tried texting and sending emails, but nothing seemed to work. It felt like the house was isolating me. I decided to sleep in the living room instead of upstairs in my bedroom. Something about being on the ground floor, closer to the exit, made me feel safer. I made a makeshift bed on the couch and tried to sleep, but every little noise had me sitting bolt upright, staring into the darkness. Around midnight, I heard it. Distinct footsteps upstairs, walking from one end of the hallway to the other, right above where I was lying. Walking slowly, deliberately, as if someone was pacing. Then they stopped, right at the top of the stairs. I held my breath, straining to hear what would happen next. The first step creaked, then the second. Something was coming down the stairs. I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move as the footsteps continued their slow descent. When they reached the bottom, they paused again. Then they started moving toward the living room, toward me. I finally found my courage and jumped up, grabbing my phone to use as a flashlight. I pointed it toward the living room doorway just as the footsteps reached it. There was nothing there, no visible presence, but the footsteps stopped, and I had the distinct impression that whatever it was looking at me. Then the temperature plummeted. My breath clouded in front of me, and frost actually began forming on the windows in August. The lights I'd left on started flickering wildly, and there was a pressure in the room, like the air before a thunderstorm. Pictures began falling from the walls. Not violently, they simply detached and slid to the floor as if someone was calmly taking them down. The TV turned on by itself, showing only static, and the volume began increasing until it was painfully loud. I couldn't take it anymore. I ran for the front door, but it wouldn't open. I pulled and pulled on the handle, but it was like it had been sealed shut. I ran to the back door. Same thing. Every window I tried was stuck fast. That's when I remembered something else from Grandpa's journal. He wrote that during one particularly frightening night, he'd made his way to the foggy corner and had placed his hand on the cross. The activity had stopped immediately, though it returned days later with even greater intensity. I had no choice. I had to get to that cross. There's a garden door in the kitchen that's rarely used. I tried it, and by some miracle, it opened. I ran outside in my pajamas, the cool night air hitting me like a wall after the unnatural cold inside the house. The foggy corner was different at night. The mist seemed to glow faintly, giving off a bluish light that illuminated the area just enough for me to see my way. As I approached, I could make out silhouettes moving within the fog, human-shaped shadows that seemed to be walking in circles around the tree. I hesitated at the edge of the mist, terrified of what might happen if I entered. But behind me I could see lights flashing in the house, could hear the faint sound of that static-filled TV. I had to try. The moment I stepped into the fog, the world went silent. I mean, completely silent. I couldn't even hear my own footsteps or breathing. It was like being underwater. The silhouettes stopped moving and seemed to turn toward me, though I still couldn't make out any features. I kept walking, pushing through the thick mist until I reached the tree. The cross looked different at night. The carvings seemed to shift and move in the faint light, forming different patterns than what I'd seen earlier. With shaking hands, I reached out and placed my palm flat against the cross. Instantly, pain shot up my arm. Not like an electric shock, but like intense cold, so severe that it burned. I tried to pull away, but I couldn't move my hand. It was stuck to the cross as if frozen there. The silhouettes in the mist moved closer, forming a circle around me, and for the first time I could see their faces, or rather, the absence of faces. Where features should have been, there was only darkness. A voice spoke directly into my mind. "You are not Heinrich." "No," I managed to say aloud. "He was my grandfather. He's dead." The voice, or voices because it seemed to be many speaking as one, replied, "Heinrich opened the door. Only Heinrich can close it." "But he's gone," I said, tears streaming down my face from the pain in my hand. "What do you want from us?" The figures moved closer still, their featureless faces just inches from mine now. "We want what was promised." "What promise? What are you talking about?" Instead of answering, they began to recede, melting back into the mist. The pain in my hand subsided, and I could move it again. I looked down and saw a mark on my palm where I'd touched the cross, a perfect imprint of the carved symbols. The fog began to dissipate, and I found myself standing alone by the tree in the normal night air. When I looked back at the house, it was dark and still. The chaos had stopped. I went back inside cautiously, but everything seemed normal. The pictures were back on the walls, the TV was off, and the temperature was seasonable again. It was as if nothing had happened, but the mark on my hand remained, and when I checked Grandpa's journal again, I found something I'd missed. A folded piece of paper tucked into the back cover. It was a letter addressed to me, written by my grandfather shortly before his death. It said, If you're reading this, then the events have continued after my passing, as I feared they would. What I found wasn't just a cross, it was a binding symbol, meant to hold something in place. By restoring it, I inadvertently strengthened that binding, and now they can never leave. I made a mistake, trying to fix what wasn't meant to be fixed, and in my fear, I made a promise I couldn't keep. Now it falls to you. I'm sorry. That was yesterday. Today, the mark on my hand has faded a bit, but I can still feel a cold spot where it was. The house has been quiet, but I know it's not over. The pictures on the walls aren't hanging quite straight, no matter how many times I adjust them. And twice now, I've heard my phone ring, only to find no missed calls when I check it. I don't know what promise my grandfather made, or to whom. I don't know what's bound to this property or what they want from me. But I know they're still here, waiting. And I know I can't leave, not just because this is my family home, but because somehow I understand that whatever is here would follow me anyway. So I'm documenting everything, trying to piece together the full story from Grandpa's writings and my own experiences. The mark on my hand pulses sometimes, like a second heartbeat, and when it does, I can feel them watching me, waiting for me to figure out what comes next. I'm not sure what I'll do when night falls again, but I know they'll be waiting, in the fog, in the house, in the spaces between seconds where time seems to stretch and bend. And sooner or later, I'll have to face them again. Story 16. I still get chills thinking about our old rental in Joaquin. It's been 3 years since we left that place, but I swear some nights I still wake up in cold sweats thinking I'm back there. My boyfriend Mark and I were so excited when we found the place. The rental market in Perth was brutal, and finding a decent single-story house in a nice suburb like Joaquin felt like winning the lottery. The landlord was a police officer who seemed in a hurry to rent it out. Looking back, that should have been our first red flag. He'd only lived there for 2 weeks before deciding to leave. But we were desperate for a place, and the price was right, so we didn't ask many questions. The house layout was pretty standard for Western Australia. Front door open to a hallway, bedrooms to the left, and if you continued down the hall, there was this massive rumpus room at the end. To the right of the hallway were the kitchen and living areas, with this enclosed patio area behind the kitchen. Nothing extraordinary, just a typical suburban home. One weird thing I noticed on move-in day: the landlord had left parts of his police uniform hanging in the hallway. Not the full uniform, just odd pieces, a hat on a hook, a jacket. When I asked if he wanted to come back for them, he just said, "Nah, chuck 'em if you want." Strange way for a cop to treat his uniform, but I didn't think much of it at the time. Mark and I decided to use the rumpus room as our bedroom, since it was the largest space and had this cool built-in bar. The front bedroom, which should have been the master, gave me an uneasy feeling from day one. I can't explain exactly why. It wasn't particularly dark or anything obvious, but something about it just felt wrong. We ended up using it for storage and kept the door closed all the time. The first week was fine. Normal moving stuff, unpacking boxes, arranging furniture, adjusting to new house sounds. I remember taking down the previous tenant's football memorabilia that was still hanging in the lounge room. Team scarves, signed photos, that sort of thing. Mark wanted to keep them up as decoration, but I preferred our own stuff. We packed the items carefully in a box and put them in the front bedroom with our other storage. It was during the second week that strange things started happening. The first incident I remember clearly. I was cooking dinner, had the gas stove on a low simmer for a sauce. I turned away for maybe 20 seconds to grab something from the fridge. When I turned back, the flame was cranked to high, the sauce nearly burning. I thought maybe I'd bumped the knob without realizing, so I turned it back down and didn't mention it to Mark. But it happened again the next day, and the day after. Each time I'd set the gas to low or medium, turn away briefly, and come back to find it had been turned up high. After the 4th or 5th time, I told Mark about it. He checked the stove, thinking maybe the knobs were loose or faulty, but they were actually quite stiff and took deliberate effort to turn. Then came the weird electrical sensation in the lounge room. We were watching TV one night when I felt this strange tingling above my head, like static electricity or standing too close to old tube TV. I asked Mark if he felt it too, and he did, described it as a kind of buzzing energy hovering about a foot above our heads. We joked about bad wiring or living under power lines, but it creeped me out. A few days later, our friend Jen came over. We hadn't mentioned the weird electrical feeling to anyone, so when she suddenly said, "Does anyone else feel that weird buzzing?" While sitting in the lounge room, my blood ran cold. Mark and I exchanged looks but played it cool, not wanting to freak her out more. The green slime was what really started to make me think something wasn't right. I went to put on my trainers one morning and found this strange, viscous green substance on them. Not mold. This was like a thick, goopy slime that had no odor and didn't seem to be coming from anywhere. I cleaned it off, thinking maybe I'd stepped in something the day before and hadn't noticed. But then it appeared on my bicycle handlebars, and then on the armrest of my favorite chair. Always the same green slime, always on things that only I used regularly. Never on Mark's stuff, never on shared items, just my personal things, and always appearing overnight when we were sleeping. We had a cat named Milo, a sweet orange tabby we'd had for about 3 years. He was normally very affectionate and sociable, but he'd been acting strange since we moved in. He avoided the patio area completely, would hiss at empty corners, and started sleeping pressed up against me every night, something he'd never done before. One morning, about a month after moving in, Milo didn't come for breakfast. We called for him, searched the house, checked outside. Mark finally found him behind the bar in the patio area, dead, with no visible injuries. The vet couldn't determine a cause of death, just said sometimes cats die suddenly from heart issues or undetected illnesses. But I knew better. Milo would never have gone to that area willingly. He'd been terrified of it from day one. And the fact that he was found neatly placed behind the bar, not crumpled in a corner or under furniture where a sick cat might hide, still haunts me. The sleep issues crept up on me gradually. I didn't realize how badly I was sleeping until later, looking back. Every night, I'd wake up multiple times feeling like someone was watching me. I'd get up to check the house, finding nothing, then lie awake for hours. I started having this recurring dream of an angry man standing in the lounge room, pacing back and forth. I never saw his face clearly, just felt his rage. Mark didn't seem affected by sleep problems, but he started getting headaches, terrible, debilitating migraines that would leave him vomiting and unable to move for hours. He'd never had migraine issues before. About 6 weeks into our lease, the worst happened. We were sitting in the lounge room on a Sunday afternoon. I remember it was a football grand final day because we could hear the neighbors cheering. Mark wasn't interested in football, so we weren't watching the game. Suddenly, mid-sentence, Mark clutched his chest and fell forward off the couch. His face went ash-gray and he couldn't speak, just made these horrible gasping sounds. I called an ambulance, screaming our address into the phone while trying to remember CPR steps from a course I'd taken years ago. The paramedics arrived quickly and worked on him for what felt like hours, but was probably just minutes. They got him stabilized enough to transport, telling me he was having a heart attack at 26 years old. Mark was healthy, fit, didn't smoke, barely drank. The doctors later said it was extremely unusual for someone his age with no family history or risk factors. While Mark was still in the hospital, I went back to the house to get some clothes and essentials. I couldn't stand being there alone, so I worked quickly, throwing things into bags. As I was leaving, our next-door neighbor, an older woman named Pat, called over the fence. "How's your boyfriend doing?" she asked. News travels fast in small suburbs. I told her he'd had a heart attack but was stable. Then she said something that made my skin crawl. "Not surprised living in that house," she muttered, shaking her head. When I pressed her for what she meant, she seemed reluctant, but eventually told me. The house had belonged to a man named Gary before our landlord bought it. Gary had been obsessed with football, lived and breathed it, his whole identity wrapped up in his team. According to Pat, Gary had died in the house about 2 years earlier of a heart attack in the lounge room during a grand final match when his team was losing badly. That cop who bought it couldn't handle it either, Pat added. Said he kept hearing someone yelling at the TV at night when no one was there. That's why he left after just 2 weeks. I went straight to the hospital and told Mark everything when he was well enough to talk. We agreed immediately that we weren't going back. Mark was released 3 days later, and we arranged for friends to help us move our essential belongings out while we stayed at a hotel. When we were loading the last of our stuff into the van, I suddenly remembered the box of football memorabilia we'd stored in the front bedroom. Something compelled me to check if it was still there. It was, but when I opened it, everything inside had been arranged neatly, almost reverently, not jumbled like I'd left it. That night in the hotel, I slept deeply for the first time in weeks. When I woke up, I realized just how terrible my sleep had been in that house. It was like I'd been running on empty for months, never getting proper rest. Looking back, I'm convinced we angered whatever was in that house when we took down the football memorabilia. Maybe Gary's spirit was attached to those items, and removing them from their place of honor triggered everything. The escalating events, from gas knobs to green slime to Milo's death, culminated in targeting Mark with the same fate Gary had suffered. I've tried researching the house's history since then, but found very little official information. Our landlord sold the property about a month after we broke our lease. He didn't even fight us on it, which says something. I sometimes drive by the old neighborhood and see new people living there. I wonder if they experience anything strange, if they know what happened there. Mark has made a full recovery physically, but neither of us will ever forget that house. Sometimes I still dream about the angry man pacing in the lounge room, and in my dreams now I can see his face clearly, red with fury, screaming silently at a television showing a football match that never ends. I don't consider myself superstitious or someone who believes in ghosts, but I know what we experienced. Something was in that house, something that didn't want us there, something that killed my cat and nearly killed my boyfriend, and I think it's still there, waiting for the next football season, waiting for someone else to disturb its memorabilia, waiting to make its presence known again. And story 17. Atan. I'm posting this partly because I need to get it out, but also because I'm genuinely looking for answers from people who might have experienced something similar. We're at our breaking point. I've lived in the Richardson house in Millfield for almost 8 years now. It's a normal-looking 2-story colonial, brick front, shutters, the kind of place that blends in with every other house on the street. Nothing special, nothing that would make you look twice if you drove by. My husband Daniel grew up here, and when his parents decided to downsize and move to Florida, we bought it from them. It seemed like a good deal at the time, familiar neighborhood, good price, and Daniel already knew the quirks of the house. What I didn't know was that the quirks included things that have no rational explanation. I knew Daniel had some weird stories about growing up here, but I brushed them off as childhood imagination or old house noises. I was wrong, so incredibly wrong. The first incident I couldn't explain happened about 2 weeks after we moved in. I was unpacking boxes in the living room when I heard Daniel call me from upstairs. "Eliza, can you come here a second?" It was so clearly his voice that I didn't think twice about it. I walked upstairs and called out for him, but there was no answer. After checking each room and finding nothing, I texted him, only to discover he was still at work. He wouldn't be home for another 3 hours. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe I'd heard the neighbors. Maybe it was the TV I had on downstairs. But I know what I heard. It was Daniel's voice with his exact inflection calling my name from the top of the stairs. That was just the beginning. About a month in, I was cooking dinner when I heard someone behind me whisper, "Stupid cow," from the dining room doorway. I spun around, heart racing, but there was nobody there. The dining room was dark. I hadn't turned the lights on yet, and I felt like someone was watching me from that darkness. I called out for Daniel, but he was in the garage. When he came in, he found me standing frozen with a spatula in my hand, staring at the empty doorway. This house seems to collect entities. That's the only way I can describe it. It's like they find their way here and never leave. Some areas of the house are worse than others. The staircase, for instance. There are these weird black spots on the wall that appear no matter how many times we paint over them. And sometimes, I swear I'm not making this up, a face emerges from one of them. Just a head, no body, with hollow eyes and an open mouth. The first time I saw it, I screamed so loud our neighbors called to check if everything was okay. Daniel has his own history with the stairs. When he was growing up, he was pushed down them multiple times. Not tripped, pushed. He says he'd feel hands on his back, a solid shove, and then he'd be tumbling. His parents thought he was clumsy until his mom experienced it herself. She was carrying him as a baby and felt something push her from behind. Somehow, she managed to twist her body to protect Daniel as she fell. She broke her arm, but saved him from being injured. Last year, we decided to have a Halloween party. Maybe not the smartest idea given our situation, but we thought having friends around might make the house feel more normal for a night. Everyone was having a good time until someone looked out the back window and saw a woman in a long white nightgown walking slowly across the yard. 3 different guests saw her. They watched as she walked straight through our fence and disappeared into this massive cypress tree at the edge of the property. We tried to laugh it off, but half our guests left within the hour. The backyard is its own nightmare. No matter how many lights we install, they all eventually stop working. We've had electricians out multiple times, and they can never find anything wrong with the wiring. But as soon as they leave, the lights fail again. The yard stays unnaturally dark, like it's absorbing the light. And in that darkness, there are these figures. Tall, easily 7 feet, shadow people that stand perfectly still until you look directly at them, and then they're just gone. One of the most disturbing things is seeing our dead pets. We've had several cats over the years, and we've always buried them in a small pet cemetery we made under the maple tree. But they come back, not as menacing presences, thankfully, but as clear apparitions. I'll see Jasper, who died 3 years ago, walk across the living room and disappear through the wall. Or I'll catch a glimpse of Milo jumping onto the couch from the corner of my eye. They're so detailed that I can tell exactly which cat it is by their markings and the way they move. The guest bedroom is particularly active. We've had multiple visitors wake up in the middle of the night to see a man standing at the foot of the bed, just watching them. My sister refused to ever stay over again after she woke up to him leaning over her, his face inches from hers. She was out the door by 3 in the morning, calling me from her car to say she was going to a hotel. Daniel's grandmother, Helen, died from COVID 2 years ago. She was not a pleasant woman, to put it mildly. Even when she was alive, she'd wander the upstairs hallway at night, checking if doors were locked, rattling doorknobs, and muttering to herself. After she passed, we thought we'd at least be free of that particular annoyance. We were wrong. About a month after her funeral, the doorknob rattling started again. Always around 2 in the morning, always in the same sequence she used to do. Master bedroom, bathroom, spare room, office. Sometimes we hear her muttering too, the same complaints about the cold or the neighbors or whatever else used to bother her. Daniel saw her once, standing at the end of our bed in her familiar floral nightgown, staring at us with disapproval. The most terrifying experiences are when we're chased. It's happened to both of us multiple times. You'll be walking down a hallway and suddenly the air behind you goes cold. The hairs on your neck stand up, and you know something is there. Then comes the feeling of something rushing toward you. You can actually feel the air displacement, hear the rush of movement. But when you turn around, there's nothing visible. Yet you know it's still there, still coming for you. The first time it happened to me, I was heading to the laundry room. I felt that cold spot, and then something barreled toward me so fast I could feel the wind of it passing my face. I ran the last few steps and slammed the door behind me, pressing my back against it as I tried to catch my breath. After about 5 minutes, I worked up the courage to open the door again. The hallway was empty, but I swear the air felt heavy, like something was just waiting for me to step back out. Daniel experiences a lot of the same things I do, plus the memories of what happened when he was a kid. Sometimes he'll go completely pale, and I know he's seen something, but he won't always tell me what. I think he feels guilty for bringing me into this house, even though he didn't fully understand what was happening when he was younger. We've tried everything we can think of: blessing the house, burning sage, setting up cameras which mysteriously malfunction in the most active areas, even bringing in a medium who refused to come back after her first visit. Nothing helps for more than a few days. What's strangest to me is that we can't find any history that would explain the haunting. The house isn't that old, built in the 1970s, and as far as we know, no one has died here apart from Daniel's grandfather, who passed peacefully in his sleep. The land wasn't a cemetery or battlefield or anything notable before the subdivision was built. There's no reason for this place to be such a magnet for paranormal activity, yet it seems to attract more entities as time goes on. Just last week, I was doing dishes when I heard what sounded like a child laughing in the living room. We don't have children. When I peeked around the corner, I saw a small boy in old-fashioned clothes standing by the fireplace. He grinned at me, not a friendly grin, but something malicious, and then ran behind the couch and disappeared. That was new. We'd never seen a child spirit before. It feels like they're multiplying, like each new entity that finds its way here makes it easier for others to come through whatever door exists between their world and ours. The worst part is the unpredictability. We'll have a few normal days, as normal as they can be in this house, and then suddenly all hell breaks loose. Objects move on their own, doors slam, the temperature drops 20 degrees in specific rooms. Last month, all the faucets in the house turned on at exactly 3:17 in the morning, and the water ran black for almost a minute before clearing. We've talked about moving, obviously. We've actually started looking at houses in other towns. The problem is, we're afraid of what might follow us. What if whatever is here has attached itself to us, not just the house? What if we go through the stress and expense of moving only to find we've brought it all with us? And then there's the guilt. If we sell this house, we're potentially subjecting another family to everything we've experienced. Could I live with myself knowing I'd done that? Daniel thinks the house itself is some kind of portal, that there's something about the physical location or the structure that allows spirits to come through more easily here. If that's true, leaving might actually help. Last night was what finally pushed me to write this all down. I was alone in the house. Daniel was on an overnight business trip, and I'd been feeling uneasy all evening. I double-checked all the locks, turned on extra lights, and tried to distract myself with TV. Around midnight, I finally went up to bed. I was just drifting off when I heard footsteps on the stairs. Heavy footsteps, like a man wearing boots. They were slow, deliberate, pausing between each step as if whoever it was wanted me to hear them coming. I froze, unable to move or call out. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs and continued down the hall toward our bedroom. The bedroom door was closed, and I watched in horror as the handle slowly turned. The door began to open, just a crack at first, then wider. I could see nothing but darkness in the hallway beyond. A darkness deeper than what should have been possible with the hallway nightlight we always leave on. Then I saw a hand grip the edge of the door. A large hand, grayish-white, with long fingers that seemed to have too many joints. It pushed the door open further, and I caught a glimpse of a tall, thin shape standing in the doorway. I must have blacked out from fear, because the next thing I remember is waking up to my alarm at 7 in the morning. The door was closed. There were muddy boot prints on the carpet from the stairs to my bedroom door, but they stopped there. They didn't come into the room, and they didn't go back out. When Daniel came home this morning and saw the footprints, he finally agreed. We need to leave this house. We're putting it on the market next week, and we're going to be completely transparent about our experiences with any potential buyers. I don't know if anyone will believe us or want the house knowing what we know, but I can't keep living like this. The entities are getting stronger, more numerous, and more aggressive. Whatever door exists between worlds in this house, it's opening wider every day. If anyone has experienced anything similar or has any advice on how to ensure these things don't follow us when we leave, please let me know. I'm desperate for answers, for any explanation of why the Richardson house seems to collect the dead and why they won't leave us in peace. Story 18. I still remember the smell of that house. Not an old house smell exactly, but something off, like the air was too heavy. We moved in when I was 13, a one-story grey house in Pinecrest, right by the railroad tracks. Mom said it was a good deal, and we needed something affordable after Dad left. The landlady seemed nice enough, if a bit weird about certain things. Don't change anything in the living room, she'd said. The shelves by the fireplace stay exactly as they are. I didn't think much of it then. I was just a kid, annoyed about starting at a new school and leaving my friends behind. From the first night, something felt wrong. You know that feeling when you're being watched? Like someone's eyes are burning into the back of your neck? That's how it felt all the time in that house. I'd be doing homework at the kitchen table and suddenly get goosebumps, or I'd be watching TV and feel like I needed to look over my shoulder. My little sister Maddie felt it too. She was only 11 then, but kids pick up on things adults miss sometimes. Sophie, this house doesn't like us, she whispered to me on our third night there. I told her houses don't have feelings and to stop being dramatic. God, I wish I'd listened to her. The small things started about a week in. Keys that weren't where we left them. Doors we knew we'd close standing open. The TV turning on by itself at weird hours. Mum blamed it on forgetfulness or electrical issues. Old house, she'd say with a shrug. Probably needs rewiring. But it wasn't the wiring. I started hearing the footsteps about a month after we moved in. They always happened when I was alone. Soft, shuffling steps in the hallway outside my bedroom. The first few times, I thought it was Mum coming home early from her shift at the hospital, or Maddie getting up for water, but I'd call out and no one would answer. I'd check the hallway, and it would be empty. Just empty. Then came the whispers. They started as barely there sounds, like someone was having a conversation in another room. I'd walk through the whole house, but no one was there. Over time, they got clearer, though I could never make out actual words. Just the cadence of speech, the rise and fall of a voice that didn't belong to anyone living. For the first year, I convinced myself it was my imagination. I was a teenager, hormones and all that, plus the stress of a new school. The second year, I couldn't deny it anymore, but I kept quiet. Mom was working double shifts to keep us afloat, and Maddie had enough trouble sleeping without me adding to her fears. The third year is when everything escalated. By then, my niece Lily was staying with us too. My older sister Caroline had moved back home with her baby after her husband turned out to be a complete waste of space. Caroline worked nights like Mom, so I often watched Lily. That sweet baby girl would stare at empty corners of rooms and giggle, or suddenly start crying while looking at nothing at all. This continued for months, just background weirdness we'd all started to live with. Nobody talked about it directly. If something strange happened, we'd make excuses or just change the subject. Until that night. That night, 3 years after we moved in, when I was 16, That night in October, I remember the date, October 17th, because it was exactly 1 week before my birthday. Mom and Caroline were both working overnight shifts. Maddie was at a friend's house for a sleepover, so it was just me and Lily at home. I'd put Lily to sleep in her portable crib in the living room around 8, watched some stupid reality show until about 11, then went to bed myself. I remember checking the locks twice before going to sleep. The house felt especially alert that night. Like the walls were paying attention. I know how that sounds, but there's no other way to describe it. I finally fell asleep around midnight, with my bedside lamp still on because, yes, at 16, I was sleeping with a light on. You would too if you lived in that house. I woke up at exactly 3 in the morning. Not gradually, not drifting awake. 1 second I was asleep. The next I was bolt upright in bed, my heart hammering against my ribs, because something had screamed directly in my ear. It wasn't a dream scream that woke me up. I was awake when it happened. A woman's scream, high-pitched and terrified, right beside my head, so loud it felt like my eardrum would burst. My first thought was Lily. I jumped out of bed and ran to the living room where Mom was sleeping on the pull-out couch with Lily in her crib nearby. They were both there, both asleep. Mom was snoring softly, and Lily was making those little baby sleep sounds. Neither of them had screamed. Neither of them had heard the scream. I stood there for a long moment trying to calm my breathing. Maybe it was a nightmare after all, or a train passing by the tracks, making a weird noise. I tried to rationalize it even as the hairs on my arms stood on end. I turned to go back to my room, but hesitated at the hallway entrance. The darkness of that corridor seemed thicker than it should have been. I swear the shadows were moving, just slightly, like they were breathing. I nearly turned back, nearly woke Mom up, but I told myself to stop being a baby. I was 16, for God's sake. So I walked down the hallway, each step feeling like I was moving through molasses. The air got colder the closer I got to my bedroom. Not like air conditioning cold, like standing in a freezer cold. My breath came out in visible puffs. I pushed open my bedroom door, and that's when I saw it. There was someone sitting on my bed. Not someone. Something. A dark figure, pitch black, like a shadow given substance. It was sitting right where I'd been sleeping minutes before, hunched over, facing the wall. It didn't move when I opened the door. Didn't seem to notice me at first. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even breathe. My body was frozen in terror while my mind screamed at me to run. Then slowly, the figure turned its face toward me. It didn't have features, not really, just an impression of a face in the darkness, except for the eyes. Oh God, the eyes. They were completely white, glowing slightly in the dim light from my bedside lamp. No pupils, no iris. Just white, empty orbs in a face of shadow. We stared at each other for what felt like forever. I don't know if it was 5 seconds or 5 minutes. Time didn't work right in that moment. All I know is that nothing in my life has ever terrified me as much as those eyes looking at me. Then it stood up. It was tall, taller than any person should be, its head almost brushing my ceiling, and it started moving toward me. Not walking exactly. More like gliding. Its edges weren't solid. They seemed to ripple and waver like smoke, but there was something undeniably physical about it too. I should have run. Any sane person would have. But my feet felt rooted to the floor. The thing moved closer, closer, until it was halfway between the bed and where I stood in the doorway. Then it just disappeared, not faded, vanished. 1 second it was there, the next it was gone. The cold went with it. The room returning to normal temperature almost instantly. I stood there, shaking uncontrollably. When I could finally move again, I ran back to the living room and curled up on the floor next to Mom's pull-out couch. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those white, empty eyes staring back at me. In the morning, I tried to tell Mom what had happened. She listened, concern creasing her forehead, but I could tell she didn't fully believe me. You were probably having sleep paralysis, she said. I read an article about it. People see dark figures and can't move. It's actually pretty common. But it wasn't sleep paralysis, I know, because I wasn't in bed when it happened. I was standing in my doorway, fully awake and mobile, until fear froze me in place. The next night, I refused to sleep in my room. I camped out on the living room floor, claiming I wanted to help with Lily. Mum didn't push it. 2 days later, Maddie came to me with wide, frightened eyes. "Sophie, there's an old lady in my room," she whispered. "What do you mean?" I asked, feeling that familiar cold dread creeping up my spine. "She keeps running back and forth. I only see her out of the corner of my eye, but when I look directly, she's gone. But then she's back again when I look away." I didn't know what to say. How could I tell my little sister that I believed her completely? That would only make her more scared. "It's just your imagination," I said weakly. "Try to ignore it." That same day, Caroline mentioned that Lily had been acting strange, constantly staring and pointing at the curio shelves by the fireplace, the ones the landlady had been so particular about not moving. "It's like she sees something there that we don't," Caroline said. Curiosity overcame my fear. While Mom and Caroline were making dinner, I examined those shelves closely for the first time. They were filled with old knickknacks, ceramic figurines, tarnished silver picture frames, dusty old books. Nothing particularly unusual. But there was one photo pushed toward the back that caught my attention. It showed an elderly woman standing in front of our house. She had a stern expression, thin lips pressed into a tight line, and eyes that seemed to follow you no matter where you stood. I carefully took the photo out and flipped it over. Written on the back in shaky handwriting, "Mother 1953. When the landlady came by the next day to collect the rent, I worked up the courage to ask her about the photo. Her reaction was immediate, her face drained of color. "Where did you find that?" she demanded. "It was on the shelf," I said, "the one in the living room." She snatched the photo from my hand. "This was my mother," she said after a long pause. "She lived in this house her whole life. Died here too, in what's now your bedroom." She looked at me with an odd expression. She was a difficult woman, very set in her ways, didn't like change. A chill ran through me. "When did she die?" I asked. 7 years ago, she replied. "I couldn't bring myself to change anything after she passed. That's why I keep the shelves the way they were." 7 years. The house had been empty for 4 years before we moved in. After the landlady left, I told Mom and Caroline what I'd learned. For the first time, Mom seemed genuinely worried. Why wouldn't she tell us someone died in the house before we moved in, she wondered. "Because nobody would want to rent it," Caroline said flatly. "Not if they knew." That night, the activity escalated. Doors slammed on their own. The lights flickered constantly. Objects would move when we weren't looking. Nothing dramatic, just small shifts, like someone had nudged them an inch to the left. And the whispers got louder. I could almost make out words now. Almost, but not quite. It was maddening. I was washing dishes when I saw her for the first time. The old woman from the photograph, reflected in the window above the sink. She was standing directly behind me, her face contorted with anger. I spun around, dropping a plate that shattered on the floor, but there was nobody there. "Everyone, pack a bag," Mom announced that evening. "We're staying at a motel tonight." We left within the hour, all of us too scared to argue. As we pulled out of the driveway, I looked back at the house. I swear I saw a face watching us from my bedroom window. That same featureless face with those horrible white eyes. We never went back, not to live anyway. Mom and Caroline returned once in daylight to get our essential belongings. They said the house felt oppressive, like the air was thick with hostility. Mom broke the lease, forfeiting our security deposit, and we moved into a small apartment across town. The strange occurrences stopped as soon as we left that house. No more whispers, no more footsteps, no more feeling of being watched. Lily stopped staring at empty corners. Maddie stopped seeing the old woman. For a while we thought it was over. But sometimes, late at night, I still wake up feeling cold. Sometimes I think I catch a glimpse of something dark moving at the edge of my vision. And sometimes, very rarely, I hear a whisper so faint I can't be sure it's real. It's been 7 years since we fled that house. I'm 23 now, with my own apartment in another city. Maddie's in college. Lily's a happy, normal 10-year-old who doesn't remember anything about that house. Mom and Caroline never talk about it, but I can't forget. I can't forget those white eyes staring at me from a face made of shadows. I can't forget the old woman's angry expression in the kitchen window. And most of all, I can't forget that scream in my ear that woke me at 3 in the morning. Sometimes I wonder if whatever was in that house, the old woman, the shadow figure, or both, followed us when we left. If it's just biding its time, waiting for the right moment to make itself known again. I still sleep with a light on. Wouldn't you? Story 19. I never believed in ghosts. I'd always been the skeptical type who rolled my eyes at paranormal TV shows and ghost stories. But after what happened in that house in Waterbury, Connecticut, I can't explain things away anymore. I've kept this to myself for too long, and I need to get it off my chest. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it all. About 14 months ago, I moved into this old Victorian-style house with my roommate Tyler. We were both struggling to make rent on our separate places, so sharing seemed like the perfect solution. The house was a steal, way below market value for the area, which should have been my first red flag. But I was just excited about the bay windows, original hardwood floors, and the fact that I could finally have a home office. Moving day was exhausting. We spent hours hauling furniture up and down stairs, assembling IKEA nightmares, and trying to figure out where everything should go. By evening, I was completely drained. Tyler ordered pizza, and we collapsed on the couch, surrounded by half-unpacked boxes. We were laughing about how sore we'd be the next day when I heard it. The front door opened. I heard the distinct sound of the heavy wooden door creaking on its hinges, followed by a slam that made the walls shake slightly. Then came footsteps, light but deliberate, walking across the tiled entryway floor. And then, most disturbing of all, the soft sound of a little girl crying. I froze mid-conversation and looked at Tyler. "Did you hear that?" His face scrunched up in confusion. "Hear what?" "The door. Someone just came in. And I think there's a kid crying." Tyler looked at me like I'd lost my mind. "I didn't hear anything, man. You're probably just wiped out from moving." I got up to check, certain someone had entered our house. The entryway was empty. I checked the front door, locked and deadbolted from the inside. I searched the entire first floor, looking behind furniture and in closets, convinced a child had somehow gotten in. Nothing. I tried to shake it off. Tyler was right. I was exhausted. My mind was playing tricks on me after 12 straight hours of heavy lifting and organizing. I took a hot shower and went to bed early, chalking it up to moving day delirium. For the next few weeks, things were normal. We settled into a routine, and I started to feel at home. I'd almost forgotten about that first night until about a month after we moved in. It was a Tuesday evening around 7:30. I was cooking dinner while Tyler sat at the kitchen island, scrolling through his phone. His brother Mike was supposed to visit that weekend, so we were discussing sleeping arrangements. That's when we both heard it clearly. The front door opened with that same distinct creak, slammed shut with enough force to rattle the windows, and then came the heavy footsteps. But these weren't the light steps of a child. These were heavy, deliberate stomps of work boots on our hardwood floor, heading toward the staircase. Tyler and I looked at each other. "Mike!" he called out, thinking his brother might have arrived early. No response, just the continued sound of footsteps now ascending the stairs. One by one, slow and deliberate. The old wooden steps groaned under the weight. We both went to investigate, Tyler moving ahead of me toward the entryway. The footsteps continued up to what sounded like the middle of the staircase, then stopped. When we reached the bottom of the stairs, there was nobody there. The footsteps had been so vivid, so real, but there was absolutely no one on the stairs. "Mike, this isn't funny, man," Tyler called out, thinking maybe his brother was playing a prank. Silence. We checked the front door, still locked from the inside. Deadbolt, chain lock, everything secured exactly as it had been all day. "Maybe it was just the house settling," I suggested, not believing my own explanation. Tyler shook his head. "Houses don't settle in footstep patterns, Jason." We searched the entire house, room by room. In the upstairs hallway, I passed the linen closet, and as I did, the door slowly creaked open about 6 inches. Not quickly, like it was caught by a draft, but slowly, deliberately, like someone was peeking out. I felt the blood drain from my face. I forced myself to reach out and pull the door all the way open, half expecting to find someone hiding inside. The closet was empty, except for our towels and sheets. That night, we both slept with our bedroom doors locked. We didn't talk about what happened, but the next morning, I could tell by the dark circles under Tyler's eyes that he'd slept as poorly as I had. For the next couple of months, the incidents were sporadic but unmistakable. Doors would open and close by themselves. We'd hear footsteps when we were the only ones home. Sometimes we'd find objects moved from where we'd left them. Nothing dramatic like in the movies, just small things like my coffee cup on the opposite side of the table or Tyler's keys in the refrigerator instead of on the hook by the door. I tried to rationalize everything. Old houses make noise. The floor wasn't level in places, so maybe things slid. We were both busy and distracted, so maybe we misremembered where we put things. But deep down, I knew something was off about that house. Then came the night that shattered any remaining doubts. It was around 2 in the morning on a Saturday in December, about 6 months after we'd moved in. I'd gone to bed around midnight after binge watching some crime series. The house was quiet. Tyler had gone to his girlfriend's place for the weekend, so I was alone. I'd fallen into a light sleep when I felt my bedroom door open. I didn't hear it. I felt it. The air pressure in the room changed slightly, and I could sense someone had entered. My eyes shot open, but I remained perfectly still, my heart hammering in my chest. In the darkness, I could make out the familiar shapes of my dresser, my desk, the window with its half-drawn blinds. Nothing seemed out of place. I strained to listen for any sound and was met with silence. Just as I was about to convince myself I'd imagined it, I felt my mattress dip. Something or someone was climbing onto my bed. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even breathe. I lay there, paralyzed with fear, as I felt the mattress shift with the weight of whatever had joined me. Then came the most terrifying part. I felt an arm wrap around my waist, not aggressively but gently, like a child cuddling up to a parent or an intimate partner seeking closeness in sleep. The arm felt solid, with weight and substance. It wasn't cold like ghost stories describe. It felt like a normal human arm, warm and real. I could feel individual fingers pressed against my side through my t-shirt. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably only seconds, I finally worked up the courage to turn over. As I moved, the weight and sensation vanished instantly. There was no one there. No indentation in the mattress, no lingering warmth, nothing to indicate anyone had been beside me except my racing heart and the sweat soaking through my clothes. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I turned on every light in the house and sat in the living room with the TV blaring until dawn. When Tyler returned Sunday evening, I couldn't bring myself to tell him what had happened. It sounded too crazy, too intimate somehow. Plus, I was afraid he'd think I was losing my mind. But the cuddle ghost, as I reluctantly began to call it in my head, wasn't a one-time visitor. Over the next few months, it happened again, 5 or 6 times. Always when I was alone in the house, always in the early morning hours. Sometimes I'd just feel the bed dip. Other times the arm would wrap around me again. Once, I even felt what seemed like a head resting against my back between my shoulder blades. Each time, when I turned to look or reached out to touch whatever was there, it would instantly vanish. I started sleeping with my light on, which seemed to reduce the incidents, but didn't stop them entirely. Meanwhile, the footsteps and door openings continued regularly. Tyler and I had stopped mentioning them to each other. They'd become an uncomfortable normal in our daily lives. We'd exchange glances when we'd hear the front door open and slam shut, knowing full well neither of us had invited anyone over. One evening in May, I was washing dishes when I distinctly heard a little girl's voice call out, "Mommy?" from somewhere upstairs. The hair on my arm stood up. The voice was clear as day, young, maybe 5 or 6 years old, and frightened. I dried my hands and cautiously climbed the stairs, telling myself there had to be a rational explanation. Perhaps a neighbor's kid had somehow gotten into our house, but I knew that wasn't possible. All doors and windows were locked. As I reached the top of the stairs, I heard soft crying coming from the spare bedroom we used for storage. I pushed open the door slowly, my hand trembling. The room was dark except for the sliver of hallway light coming through the doorway. The crying stopped the moment I entered. "Hello," I called out softly. "Is anyone here?" Silence. I flipped on the light switch and surveyed the room. Boxes, Tyler's old guitar, my winter clothes, everything was exactly as we'd left it. No child, no hiding places, no explanation for the voice I'd heard so clearly. That night, I finally broke down and researched the history of our house. I'd avoided doing this for months, partly because I was afraid of what I might find, and partly because I didn't want to validate what was happening by looking for supernatural explanations. It took some digging through local historical records and newspaper archives, but what I found made my blood run cold. In 1987, a family of 3 had lived in the house, a mother, father, and their 6-year-old daughter, Emma. The father had lost his job and fallen into a deep depression. One night, in a state of desperation, he'd taken his own life in the master bedroom, the room that was now mine. The articles didn't mention what happened to the mother and daughter afterward, but they did note that the house had changed owners multiple times over the years, with no family staying longer than 18 months. I didn't tell Tyler what I'd found. He was already talking about moving out when our lease ended, and I didn't want to freak him out more. But privately, I wondered if the heavy footsteps we heard were the father's, if the child crying was Emma, looking for her mother after everything fell apart. Last month marked a year since we moved in. Tyler did end up moving out to live with his girlfriend, but I decided to stay. The rent was too good to give up, and as disturbing as the experiences were, I'd never felt directly threatened. Whatever or whoever was sharing the house with me seemed sad, lost, confused, not malevolent. Just last week I was sitting on the couch reading when I heard the front door open, that same creak and slam I'd grown accustomed to. Heavy footsteps crossed the entryway tile, then paused. "I know you're there," I said aloud, surprised by my own boldness. "This is your home too, I understand." The footsteps started again, slowly making their way up the stairs. That night I felt the now familiar dip in my mattress and the arm around my waist. For the first time, I didn't turn around or pull away. I just whispered, "It's okay." The arm tightened slightly, then relaxed. I still don't know what to make of all this. I've never believed in the supernatural, but I can't explain what's happening in this house. The footsteps, the doors, the physical sensation of someone lying beside me. It's all too real, too consistent to dismiss. This is the first time I've shared these experiences with anyone. I guess I'm hoping someone will believe me, or that someone has gone through something similar and can help me understand what's happening. Maybe the house is haunted. Maybe I'm losing my mind, or maybe there's something else going on that I can't comprehend. All I know is that when I hear those footsteps tonight, and I know I will, I won't be afraid anymore. Whatever presence is in this house, we've reached an understanding of sorts. This is their home, and for now at least, it's mine too. Story 20. I still get goosebumps thinking about our old house in Oakwood Heights. It's been almost 15 years now, but some nights I still jolt awake thinking I see that shadow in the corner of my room. I know it sounds dramatic, but living through what we did changed me forever. I'm hoping writing this all down might help me process it, or at least find others who've experienced something similar. I was 12 when Dad decided to buy the house next to ours. It was this big 70s-style home with weird angles and too many hallways. Mom had passed away a couple years before, and Dad had remarried pretty quickly. My stepmom was pregnant with my baby brother at the time, so they thought having more space would be good for our blended family. That's what they kept calling us anyway. I had 2 younger brothers already, Jake, who was 9, and Tyler, who was 7. We were still packing when the weird stuff started happening. Dad had gotten the keys early so we could start moving boxes in, and I remember how excited he was showing us around the empty house. "This is going to be the baby's room," he said, pointing to this small bedroom off the hallway. The previous owners had left some old furniture, including a ceiling fan that looked straight out of the 70s. That night, we were back at our old place when Dad got a frantic call from the previous owner. Apparently, they were still partially moved in, and his teenage son had been sleeping in that same room when he woke up to the fan literally flying apart. Not just falling, the blades had shot off and embedded themselves into the walls and closet door. The kid was terrified, but unhurt. Dad chalked it up to old wiring or something and promised to replace everything. When we finally moved in a week later, you could still see the marks in the walls where they'd patched over the damage. I remember running my fingers over those spots, feeling this weird energy there. Dad had installed a brand new fan, but I always felt uncomfortable in that room. We turned it into the nursery when my brother Ethan was born. The first time I was alone in there, putting away some baby clothes. A stack of books literally flew off the moving box they were sitting on. Not slid off, flew. Like someone had swept their arm across them with force. I ran out of that room so fast I almost tripped. The thing about that house was the layout was super weird. There was this L-shaped hallway that connected the bedrooms, and it was always darker than it should have been, no matter how many lights we installed. I started noticing a shadow there within the first month. At first I thought it was just my imagination, but then Jake mentioned it too. "Did you see that man in the hallway?" he asked one morning at breakfast. Dad and my stepmom exchanged looks. "What man, honey?" my stepmom asked. "The tall one that stands there at night," Jake said, completely matter-of-fact, like he was talking about the mailman or something. I felt sick to my stomach because I knew exactly what he meant. It was a shadow figure, taller than normal, that seemed to just stand there, not moving, just watching. You couldn't see features, just this dense blackness darker than the hallway itself. My stepmom tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was shadows from the trees outside or headlights from passing cars. But our hallway was interior, with no windows anywhere near it. There was nothing that could cast that kind of shadow. Things escalated about 3 months after we moved in. I was watching a movie in the living room with Jake and Tyler. Dad and my stepmom had put Ethan to bed and were in their bedroom at the other end of the house. The boys fell asleep on the couch, but I was still watching the movie when I saw it. A shadow crawling on all fours, moving into the living room from the hallway. At first I thought Dad was trying to scare us. He used to do stuff like that sometimes. But this shadow moved wrong, like its joints bent in places they shouldn't. I was frozen, remote in hand, as it crept along the floor towards the couch where my brothers were sleeping. Then, Dad's bedroom door opened, and I heard him call out, "Mia, you guys still up?" The shadow disappeared instantly. I couldn't speak. My throat felt like it was closing up. Dad came into the living room, took one look at my face and asked what was wrong. I couldn't tell him. I just said I got scared by the movie. But I knew what I saw, and it wasn't my imagination. After that night, things got worse. It wasn't just the shadow man anymore. About a month later, my stepmom started talking about seeing a woman with long, dark hair peeking around corners. At first, I didn't believe her. I thought she was making it up to make me feel better about my own experiences. But then I saw her too. I was doing homework at the kitchen table when I felt someone watching me. I looked up and saw a woman's face partially visible around the doorframe to the dining room. Just half a face, one eye, part of a nose, and long dark hair hanging down. When I gasped, she pulled back. I ran to look, but the dining room was empty. My stepmom was terrified of the woman. One night, she was so startled by seeing her at the end of the hallway that she actually fell backwards and broke a rib. Dad was starting to get worried, not about ghosts, but about our overactive imaginations affecting each other. He thought we were feeding into some kind of shared delusion. Then there was the little boy. All of us saw him at different times, running through the dining room into the kitchen. He never made any noise, which was the creepiest part. Our floors were old hardwood that creaked with every step. But this kid would run full speed without making a sound. No footsteps, nothing, just this silent child, maybe 5 or 6 years old, in what looked like old-fashioned clothes. My brother Tyler started talking about the kids that play in my room at night. He said they wanted him to play too, but only after everyone was asleep. We started keeping his door open and a nightlight on, but he still insisted they were there. Things got really bad when Dad decided I should move into the former nursery. They'd moved Ethan to a different room after my stepmom got too creeped out by it. The first night in that room, my closet door started opening and closing by itself. Not violently, but deliberately, like someone was playing a game with me. Open 3 inches, close, open 5 inches, close. I was terrified, but also angry. I'd had enough. "Stop it!" I shouted at the door. "I need to sleep, just leave me alone." And it stopped, just like that. The door stayed closed. For some reason that made me even more afraid, because it meant whatever was doing it had heard me. It understood me. It could choose to listen or not. Ethan, who was about 2 by this point, started talking about the man in his room. At first we thought it was normal toddler imagination, but he was consistent. The man was tall, he said. The man stood in the corner. The man didn't like Daddy. One night I woke up to Ethan screaming. I ran to his room and found him standing on his bed with his little plastic baseball bat, swinging it at the empty corner of his room. "Go away!" he was yelling, tears streaming down his face. "Bad man! Go away!" There was nothing there that I could see, but the air in that corner felt different, heavier somehow, colder. I grabbed Ethan and took him to my room for the night. He calmed down immediately once we left his bedroom. The next morning, we found 3 deep scratches on his headboard, like something had clawed at it. That was when Dad finally started to take us seriously. We lived in that house for 5 years total. 5 years of shadows and figures and unexplainable events. My stepmom eventually refused to be alone in the house. I developed insomnia because I was too afraid to sleep. My brothers all ended up sharing a room because they were too scared to sleep alone. The activity seemed to focus most on me and Ethan. Things would move in my room. Hairbrushes sliding across dressers, drawers opening overnight, my journal relocating from my desk to my bed. For Ethan, it was more aggressive. His toys would break for no reason. His rooms would be significantly colder than the rest of the house. He'd wake up with scratches on his arms that he couldn't explain. We tried everything, having a priest bless the house, burning sage, which just seemed to make things angry, leaving out salt. Nothing worked permanently. The activity might lessen for a few days, then come roaring back worse than before. When I was 17, Dad finally got a job offer in another state. We moved within a month, leaving most of our furniture behind because none of us wanted to take those things with us. The relief I felt when we drove away from that house for the last time was overwhelming. The weird thing is that when we moved, the activity didn't entirely stop for me. I still occasionally see shadows or feel presences, but nothing as intense or frightening as in that house. My grandmother told me later that the women in our family, her side from New Orleans, have always been sensitive to spirits. She said it typically skips a generation. My mum never experienced anything, but I got the gift in full force. I've researched the history of that house in Oakwood Heights since then. There were no recorded deaths there, no traumatic events that might explain what we experienced. The neighborhood itself was built in the early 70s on what used to be farmland. Sometimes I wonder if it wasn't the house itself that was haunted, but the land. Or maybe whatever was there attached itself to us, to me and Ethan specifically. The older I get, the more I question what really happened there. But then I remember the shadow crawling across our living room floor. I remember the woman's face peering around the corner. I remember my baby brother swinging his little bat at something only he could see, screaming at it to go away. And I know it was real. All of it was real. Whatever lived in that house with us wasn't human, wasn't ever human. And sometimes, late at night when I'm about to fall asleep, I wonder if it followed us after all, just waiting for the right moment to crawl back out of the shadows.